like to call to order the July 10th public hearing for the City of Tampa's Architectural Review Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ted Kempton, Chair of the Commission. If you're here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, wall sections. Staff will then present their report. We will then ask for public comment. Please state and spell your name clearly if you are here to speak for or against a project. Your time will be limited to 3 minutes, so take some time now to summarize your comments because 3 minutes goes by very quickly. Following public comment, the commissioners will ask questions in the same order as the presentation. Next, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. After the public hearing is closed, no further testimony can be given. The commissioners will then discuss the case and will make their decision based on Chapter 27 of the City Code of Ordinances, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior Standards, Historic Preservation Development Review Committee comments, and the testimony given at the public hearing. The ARC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and/or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence cell phones. I'm going to start on my right and ask my commissioners to introduce themselves.
My name is John Prokop, and I practice architecture.
My name is Dan Myers. I'm an architect.
Good evening. My name is Carol Post. I'm the public policy representative to the commission.
Also in attendance, we have city staff Dennis Fernandez, Elaine Lund, Alexis Guzman, and our attorney Dana Crosby Collier.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office to provide the conflict of interest ex parte communication disclosure. Has any commissioner have a conflict of interest with any item on the agenda this evening?
I have none.
Okay, thank you. And has any member engaged in an ex parte communication relating to any item on the agenda this evening?
I have not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Welcome to this evening's public hearing. We do not have any continuations on the agenda to act upon, so we can move into the swearing. So anyone in the public who's going to be providing testimony or public comment, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, including staff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're providing today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did want to just summarize the agenda items for the evening. There are 5 components to the agenda this evening. They are related to the same development that's been proposed through the city in different facets. So you will be considering 2 certificates of appropriateness and 3 recommendations within the agenda's items this evening. So each one of them will take a unique motion for each separate action, and your legal counsel is a resource for you in sort of navigating those requirements of the code. With that, we can begin with the first case, which is ARC 24-20. We will be providing one comprehensive photo essay this evening, but have these references available for you as the need arises. Elaine?
Thank you. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. I'm going to begin this evening with the photo essay, looking at the affected property that's the subject of tonight's cases. So this is all located in the Tampa Heights Historic District near the intersection of Columbus Drive and Florida Avenue. The properties in question for tonight's applications are shown here all in this block that's outlined in green. Currently on the subject property, there are 2 contributing buildings, one at 23 2315 North Florida Avenue and one at 2307 North Florida Avenue, and one non-contributing building located at 209 East Columbus Drive. The rest of the property is currently vacant. This is the 1915 Sanborn map, showing the one contributing building that is still there at the southeast corner of Florida Avenue on what was then known as Michigan Avenue, now Columbus Drive. You can see that it was a four-store brick building, as indicated by the red color on the Sanborn map, and that there was a wood awning, which is indicated by the yellow color of the structure that's hanging over Florida Avenue. This is the 1920s Sanborn map of the same site. You can see it was a little more developed at that time. The second contributing building was built by then. It was built in the 1920s, and it's just to the south of the property that's I just pointed out on the map. It's also constructed partially of brick and partially of, it says on there tile, so that would be a clay tile product. The other buildings that you see on this map are no longer extant. This is the 1931 Sanborn map, basically just showing you the same thing, except this includes, this also shows where the alleys were on this block. The majority of the alley that exists here has been vacated, so you will see the presentation to vacate the last remaining portion of it as we go through the cases tonight. And then in the 1950s and the 1970s, you see that there was very little further developmental in this area. This is the current aerial of the property, again highlighted in green for you, and the local historic district boundary is shown in red. So you can see that this is at the edge of the district. You can see the residential character of the property to the east, the commercial character of the buildings along Florida Avenue, and the proximity of the Tampa Heights Elementary School. We're going to do a sort of a drive around of the block just so you can get a good view of it here. This is looking sort of northeast at the property from the intersection with Amelia Avenue off Florida. This is looking into the historic district from Florida Avenue. And then looking directly north on Florida Avenue. So the subject site's pretty much everything to your right. Moving up Florida Avenue, we see one of the south and the west sides of the contributing structures. This is the building at 2307 North Florida Avenue, which is contributing to the historic district. This is the building at 2315 North Florida Avenue, which is also considered contributing to the district. This is looking southeast at the property from the intersection of Columbus and Florida. You can see downtown in the distance, south on Florida Avenue, and you can see the north side of one of the contributing structures there. This is looking along Columbus Drive into the historic district, so we're looking east here in this photo. This is the north and the rear of the building at 2315 North Florida Avenue, so we're looking southwest here. You can also see the alley that will be the subject of a later request this evening, running directly behind the building. This is looking at the building just at the rear of the building of 2315 North Florida. And this is looking at its south side, 2315 North Florida. This photo is showing you the rear of the building at 2307 North Florida Avenue. This is looking into the subject site from Columbus Drive. And then moving a little bit west, this is the non-contributing building and a carport at the, a large carport at the site at 209 East Columbus. This is looking back toward the subject site. It'd be on your left here. We're on Columbus Drive. And then turning and looking directly to the south, the adjacent property. On the north side of the subject property, there's a cell tower on the site and a building that's used to house the equipment for the tower. Here we are looking south along Morgan Street. So that cell tower site's directly to your right, and then you can see part of the Tampa Heights Elementary School to your left there. Moving down Morgan Street, this is the residential property that backs up directly to the subject site. And then moving down Morgan Street, we're looking northwest here, so you can see some of that residential property still. And then moving on to Amelia Avenue, we're going looking west now along Amelia. So the subject site's to your right. And this is looking into the subject site from Amelia Avenue, so we're looking sort of northwest. The subject site does include this fenced area. That's part of the property that includes the non-contributing structure. This is looking at the parking area, or the vacant site, looking from the south. So we're looking north from south of the site, from Amelia Avenue. And you can see a little bit of the alley that's will be the subject of the request later. And then moving back to the intersection of Columbus Drive and Florida Avenue, I just wanted to show you how different this area is today. This is this photo I believe is from 2022 maybe. So it's a little older, but that's why the building's a different color on the right there. And then this is 1926. So you can see that the structure at the northwest corner, that's another contributing property to the historic district, is still there. Our building directed to the right, you can see a portion of how the storefront then looked with the brick columns and the wooden storefronts in between the columns. This is a different angle of the same intersection. We're looking south here from a little further north of Columbus Drive. There's some construction going on the east side of the street here to your left, so you can sort of see how the sort of construction methods that were used at the time. It has the same sort of brick columns that were that are on the original structure at 2315 North Florida Avenue. And this is, again, looking at that building under construction, the remainder of it, just so you can see what the construction methods were like back in the early part of last century. So that concludes the photo presentation. Now I'd like the applicant to come forward and present the request for the first case in ARC 24-000020.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Gardner Brewer Hudson. You could be forgiven for questioning why one project has 5 applications before you. And the answer is that it's a bit complicated. It's a very complicated project. Before we go into this first demolition request, I thought it would be helpful to give a very, very high-level overview of why there are 5 applications, introduce our project team, and give you a little bit of a roadmap about how these presentations are going to go. Cool, thanks, Alex. On the intros of our project team, we've got we have a lot of folks here. Not all of them are likely going to speak, but they'll all be available. First, the developer of the project is the Framework Group, and its principal, Nick Herring, is here this evening. The project architect is Torty Gallus, and George Lamb is here this evening. Kimley Horn is the project engineer, and Bob Agruso and Scott Gilner are both in the room. Justin Bowen is our structural engineer with JMB Structural. And finally, my colleague Alex Shaler is here as well. And before I dive into this, I do want to thank staff. This is a very complicated project. I've never worked on a more complicated project that results in only one building if approved. There's a lot of applications here, and particularly want to thank Elaine for keeping all these together so that we can present to you a coherent and a single night application package that comprises everything, because there is a lot going on. I think it's pretty clear what we're talking about. It's the southeast corner. Can you all see my screen? Great. We're talking about the southeast corner of Florida and Columbus. This is really the heart of Tampa Heights, the neighborhood, which is bounded by 275 on the south and the east, MLK on the north, and North Boulevard on the west. The Florida-Columbus intersection is how the neighborhood association actually divides the neighborhood into quadrants. But despite being at the very center of Tampa Heights, it's really a little bit at the edge of the Tampa Heights Historic District, the lines of which zig and zag a little bit. Zooming out a little bit, you can see that this is it's very much in the historic district, but it is at the edge. Florida Avenue tends to be a rough dividing line to the north, but as you can see to the south, it gets a little bit zigzaggy. Big picture, we are trying to turn what is currently 2 buildings in very poor condition, which we'll talk about in the demolition applications. There's a lot of broken concrete on the site, and this predominantly serves as an overflow parking lot for a cigar bar currently. It's one of, if not, I think, the most underdeveloped intersections in all of Tampa Heights, if not the entire kind of urban periphery of Tampa. We're trying to turn that into homes. We're trying to turn that into 200 apartment units, 3,400 square feet of ground floor retail, and some other community benefits that we'll talk about in a little bit. That's the big picture. That this is what results if all of these things are approved, not just by you, but also by City Council, and not to mention, if this does all go forward this evening and at City Council, any design of this building would have to come back before you for a certificate of appropriateness. Again, some interior shots to sort of preview what we're dealing with. And on the applications right now, we're technically in number 1, the demolition. I'm going to hand things over to Nick in a second. Nick with Framework is going to walk through separately both of the COAs for demolition. I don't think we will necessarily need the full time for all of those, or certainly the second one. It's 2 separate applications, 2 separate reports, but as you can imagine, there is a substantial amount of overlap between the 2 demolition applications, given the similar state of the building. The third agenda item we have is a vacating, an alley vacating, which we'll show. I don't think we're going to need anywhere near 30 minutes for that. We're going to give you a comprehensive overview, but we don't want to be too comprehensive. My colleague Alex Shaler will do that, the vacating number 3. I will come back to present the comprehensive plan amendment we're seeking to increase the density to accommodate the building that I showed you. That'll be the 4th presentation. That will not require 30 minutes either. Finally, 5th is the rezoning. Got a very detailed staff report. There were a lot of requests that at this public hearing we show some additional detail, which we are honoring that request. So that is going to be a lot. It's possible we might need a little bit more than 30 minutes for that. And at that time, I'll ask Nick, who's going to give that presentation, to perhaps make that request. But trust, we value your time. We're going to try to get through some of these shorter items a little bit quicker. So appreciate your patience. Thanks for being here. And I'm going to turn things over to Nick Herring. He's going to present the rationale for the first C of A for demolition.
Good evening, Commissioners. As Tyler mentioned, I'm Nick Herring. I'm Executive Vice President with the Framework Group. Our address is 1211 Northwest Shore Boulevard, Suite 802, here in Tampa. So 5 different applications. We sure can pick them, but this is what we really enjoy doing at the Framework Group. It's navigating these complicated processes to ultimately create value. Both for the development itself, but positive growth, positive change for a block and for a neighborhood. I personally have spent a great deal of time in these buildings. This first one that we're talking about, 2315 North Florida Avenue, as well as 2307, to get to know them. I've walked through with multiple design professionals, multiple structural engineers, including Justin Bowen, who's here tonight. So I'm going to spend a lot of time focusing on the condition of the building and the scope and the magnitude and the cost of the renovations that would be necessary to, really bring it fully online and marketable. and the resulting economic hardship of that. Much of this presentation is devoted to just demonstrating the completeness of our application, and I'll touch on those things, but I'll more or less breeze through them. I want to devote most of the time to just talking about the condition of the building and, again, what it would take to renovate it. So our burden of proof spans the 5 points mentioned here. We've provided structural reports, a full demolition request that again demonstrates the economic hardship, things like estimates of the renovation, the appraisal, estimates of the demolition. So I'll walk through that. This demonstrates the cost of the demolition. We have a demolition contractor who is priced at Cross Country Services. Framework Group is also a licensed general contractor. You see our CGC number there. So our estimates of costs come from our real experience out there building multifamily buildings, doing urban infill development where we're knocking buildings down and putting up new. So our estimate for demolition is $45,100. We have provided a report from the licensed engineer, again, Justin Bowen with JMB Structural, with experience in this. That's also a screenshot of our estimate for the renovation from Cross Construction Services. We've been asked to provide an appraisal. The as-is value of the building is $578,000, including demolition. It's $532,000, just under $533,000. Our estimated renovation costs, we've broken them out here. So the criteria is that an architect, developer, real estate consultant, or others accustomed to doing this sort of work provide a feasibility report and a rehabilitation cost estimate, and that's what we've done here. I personally have experience working in historic buildings and renovating them and understanding those costs and sort of the inefficiencies that come along with doing that sort of work, not knowing what's behind the walls necessarily, kind of taking your best guess approach and doing the whole thing more or less on time and material because you're not sure exactly what you're going to encounter. You have a good idea, but you do your best. So walking through this briefly, the structural work for the foundations, walls, and roof, about $750,000. All of the interior fit out, which includes things, like partitions, all of your MEPs, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, interior doors and windows, storefront windows as well, and finishes. We estimate that would cost about $300 per foot, so that yields about $2.6 million. And the exteriors, getting that building watertight, and then working on the finishes, getting them, again, to a more appealing state, something that is marketable. The lighting and the signage that comes along with that too, estimated that to be $950,000. Exterior site work, asphalt striping. Both of these properties, we're focusing on 2315, so it's mostly true of this building, have parking challenges. That building is sort of property line to property line, so that needs to be reconciled. Proper grading and drainage need to be installed and maintained as well. So altogether, we're just under $5.4 million of total investment necessary. To earn anything close to an acceptable market return, and here we've estimated that to be 8% on that investment. That boils down to a rental rate of just over $48 per foot, which doesn't exist in Tampa. The central business districts in downtown and West Shore, no matter what you look. The big thing here is that when we can't demonstrate any kind of real return for that investment, we can't even really attract the capital to get it done. So it's not a matter of earning less. It's a matter of the inability to get people to take the risk with us, whether it's a bank for a construction loan or a co-investor or partner to come along with this ride with us on a building that has suffered so much damage, in hopes of getting a market return if we not only exceed the market rental rate when it's all said and done, but we actually knock it out of the park. A Class A office space rents for something more like $33 a foot, we would have to get to 48. It's just infeasible at the end of the day. So this is the economic hardship that I mentioned at the outset. We were asked to talk or list the purchase price of the property is $450,000. There's some other economic hardship criteria that don't apply. The assessed values and the tax bills for the last 2 years have been provided. Of course, current ownership is by Mr. Rattan. So, diving a little bit deeper into the condition of the building, this is a photo, and these are some excerpts from the structural report. This breaks down, there are a lot of different issues, but it kind of breaks down into some major buckets, and those would be the roof, the exterior walls, the concrete slab and the foundations, and all the different openings. And I'm talking about doors and windows. The roof is, from a design standpoint, it falls short of modern code. These timber rafters are undersized. These are 2x8s spanning 25, 30 feet. That is something that would never meet modern engineering criteria or building code. They are completely lacking any hurricane straps or the necessary hardware to, again, adhere with building code. And all of that is before we start talking about just the wear and tear of the sheer age of the building, near 100 years, the water intrusion that has occurred over the years. So this is a complete re-roof for all those reasons that I mentioned. The walls, starting with the exterior walls, show cracking in lateral patterns up to 1 inch in width, evidence that these cracks are dynamic, so they're actually still sort of moving due to the age of the building and maybe some settlement that happened in the past. So every one of those walls would need to be either torn down and replaced sort of section by section. They need to be repointed if we're talking about masonry walls where we're actually going brick by brick or block by block and removing mortar and putting it back. A really painstaking, expensive process. Once we get through that, the roof, the exterior walls, and sort of the boxes stood up, our concrete slab and the elevation, the finished floor elevation of these buildings is much too low. When it rains, any kind of significant rainfall, these buildings take on water. In some cases, that existing slab is 12 inches lower than the adjacent sidewalk. Again, well below code standards and just something that is livable, something that is usable. So we would need to sort of double up the concrete slab. That existing slab today is maybe 10 or so inches thick. We would probably have to add, another 10 to 12 inches on top of that. Before we even thinking about dumping all that concrete into these buildings, we need to understand whether we're going to create new structural problems with that additional load. So we're talking about geotechnical analysis and possibly foundation remediation in order to handle things like that. So again, just that the costs mount, the uncertainty mounts, and the risk reward calculation is out of balance. The fourth major food group I mentioned was openings. When we raise that slab, suddenly none of our doors work anymore, right? Because we've lost all that vertical height. So we need to reframe those. In many cases, they fall within masonry walls, so we're talking about chopping out masonry and installing steel lintels across the top and basically recreating those door openings. The storefront windows, the typical exterior windows around the building, almost in all cases, show water intrusion. So any kind of wood, whether they're constructed in wood, whether they're sort of furred out in wood as they meet the masonry, there's likely going to be deterioration there. So all of that needs to be addressed. Those windows, whether storefront or standard, on their own need to be replaced, and then the openings need to be re-waterproofed, and again, probably some framing needs to be addressed. So the report goes on to mention more of the same. It goes from sort of talking about the issues to then what it would take to repair and get this building back online, as I mentioned, to a marketable state. It quantifies here, going back to the roof, that about 86% is visibly showing issues that would require replacement. So this is just a little more specificity for the things that I just mentioned. And lastly, we have staff support for the information that I just laid out here. I'm here for any questions or comments as our professionals. Hope to answer any questions that you have, and look forward to the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you.
If the applicant's finished with the presentation? Yes?
I am,
Okay,
yep.
thank you. Staff found that this application submission is complete and in compliance with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, and that the public notice requirements for this evening's hearing were met. It appears that they have met the conditions that we listed for the public hearing as well. So this evening, your charge is to study the question of economic hardship for the application and to determine whether the property can be put to reasonable beneficial use without the approval of the demolition application. In the case of income-producing buildings, you are also to determine whether the applicant can obtain a reasonable return from the existing building. Staff's finding in the administrator's report on page 5 of your staff report is that this is a contributing resource that has been altered. And while some of these alterations are definitely reversible, the building exhibits multiple structural deficiencies that cumulatively impact its ability to be rehabilitated and put to use while preserving its remaining historic form and features. Therefore, our determination is that the extent of the existing alterations and necessity of conducting such significant undertakings required to return the building to a reasonable beneficial use would in fact constitute an economic hardship. And with that, I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who is here to present for or against this case? All right, seeing no one, we will, okay, you can go ahead and, come on up.
I wanted to find out is this?
Come up to the microphone, please. So state your name, spell your name, please.
I'm Lee Wilson Versace, 720 South Orleans Avenue. We happen to be owners of the 3 houses behind there. But I wanted to find out, because I know this is a long procedure, is there a time where we can respond to the certificate of appropriateness for the building that is being proposed?
So we're gonna have to go in order with the case. So the case.
This is about the demolition, isn't it?
This is about the demolition, and then there's a second case for the second demolition.
That's what I needed to know.
That's right. So if we get to the point where we are discussing the case,
Thank you.
it'll be a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the public who wants to present for or against? All right, seeing no one, we will go ahead and start with questions from the commissioners, and I'll start on my left.
Good evening. Thank you, the applicants, for a very detailed presentation. Appreciate it. I do not have any questions at this time. Thanks.
Commissioner Meyer?
I have only one question. Can you tell me if the masonry walls of these structures are reinforced at all?
Hi, we cannot, not without doing any destructive testing. We haven't done any sort of probing or x-ray or any work like that.
But some portion is multi-wide brick construction, is that correct?
Appears to be, yeah, block and brick. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Prokop?
Me?
You're,
Could you bring up the slide that totals up all the, I guess I saw a figure of $5,383,000 investment? Okay. Do you have a civil engineer here to ask a question of?
Sorry, you said civil engineer?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. He was in the hall.
Okay.
Sorry about that. For
The-
the record, Scott Gilner with Kimball Horn Associates.
The question I have, I guess there is $500,000 in here for exterior site work. Are these buildings zero lot line buildings?
We're talking about the demolition.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
the
mean,
existing
they're-
buildings.
They're basically zero lot line. I mean, they're right on the hard corner.
Okay, so there's no parking, there's no, the existing buildings don't have any parking associated with them, and the site work would be on adjacent properties, not
Well,
these
I think it'd be
not these building
south.
properties.
Southeast of it, so it'd be kind of, the buildings sit on the hard northwest corner, and so it'd
Right.
be everything kind of eastward.
I'm
and
just trying to
south.
total, this $500,000 of exterior site work are on parcels that these buildings do not sit on,
That's
correct?
right. That's
Okay,
right.
correct. So they're not really associated with these buildings?
That's right.
Okay.
Not currently. That's why I mentioned it would need to be, I called it reconciled. We need to figure out how to park the buildings.
I'm just trying to go through these numbers and validate, justify these numbers. So those are off parcel,
Correct.
okay. The $1 million, basically $950,000 for exterior waterproofing finishes and awnings. That's $100 a square foot for the building. Have you prepared any, is there an architect that's prepared any plans on how to do that?
No.
So what are those numbers based on?
So this is, again, the exterior building waterproofing line, the $950,000 line, correct?
Yeah.
So I have, if we could cue this up. So I'm going to stray a little bit into sort of a combined approach, because that's how we looked at these renovation numbers. Translation, this is the sum of the two renovation budgets that are within these applications, 2315 and 2307. So your question, I believe, was about exterior building, where we attributed $950,000 of this $1.25 million total to 2315. So this is
Okay.
essentially the breakout.
Okay. How much of this involves the actual restoration?
I would say all of it.
Okay. All right, so $1 million to restore this building, to restore both buildings, 1.25 to restore the exteriors.
1.25 million is the budget for the exterior
For the
work.
exteriors, okay, and that's all masonry, roofing, insulation, drainage, waterproofing, gutters, lighting, signage, painting. Okay, so 1.25 million to restore the exterior of both buildings, okay? All right. The structural engineer who did the evaluation of the structure, is he here to ask some
Yes, sir.
questions of?
Justin Bowen, JME Structural, 12959 Farmington Trail, Seminole, Florida.
In regards to raising a slab 12 inches, would it not make more sense structurally in a building such as this simply to waterproof the exterior walls instead of raising the slab?
It's an option. Raising the slab we'd have to look at the existing floodplains and try to make sure everything stays within current codes.
I think raising the slab would create ADA issues everywhere on how to get in and out of the building from all the existing openings, rather than waterproofing the exterior walls to prevent water from.
I'd like to chime in
Entering.
on that.
Sure.
No amount of waterproofing is going to keep water out when you're talking about actually retaining, a certain depth of water right outside the exterior wall. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm talking about water intrusion, not by wind-driven rain or anything like that. It's actually
understand.
standing water, so we can't seal up a building, sort of like a submarine. It's infeasible.
Could you pour a 12-inch concrete curb, replace the bottom of the wall with a 12-inch concrete curb? That could be.
I personally don't think that would be sufficient. I would rather tackle the ADA issues that you mentioned, with ramps and railings and things of that nature, to raise the finished floor elevation. That would probably be necessary for insurance purposes too.
Okay. You stated in your report, back to the structural engineer, you stated in your report that the roof framing is wholly inadequate. What's the spacing on the 2x8s?
On the 2x8s for the
the roof.
2315, they appear to be about 16 to 24 inches.
Okay. How much different are traditional or basically historic 2x8s, which are, 100 years old, 100 years ago, they were built basically
It's a true 2x8.
heart of pine. It's a real 2x8. They're heart of pine. They were, how much stronger were they compared to today's lumber that today's structural calculations are based upon?
It'd be negligible. I mean, you lose half inch here, half inch there, but it'd be fairly negligible. I mean, you'd gain some, but the length of the span, plus that they're splicing mid-span, which is not accepted right now.
Okay. So a 2x8 made out of heart pine is not 2 to 3 times as strong as a 2x8 that's made today?
I would have to look at the numbers.
Okay.
There's also code. Yes.
I'd like to also my own, question, I guess, is how many historic structures have you been involved? What's your basic experience with historic restoration and renovation?
Fair to Midland, I've been in construction 20-plus years, working with all phases of construction from new.
Right,
to
but
reno.
historic restoration and rehabilitation?
A few years, say 2 years.
Okay. How many buildings have you restored?
Been designed on for restoration, I'd say 5 to 10.
In Tampa?
In the area, in the region.
In historic districts that are considered historic, contributing structures in historic districts?
No, as far as no, sir.
Okay. I think that's the only questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On my staff report, it shows that this project was withdrawn.
Yes, but you go
You
ahead.
still have more.
Okay.
opportunity.
All right.
No, that's all right.
I just have one other question about the buildings, and that is, can you tell me how long they have sat vacant?
I personally cannot, no. Not sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, these are questions for the applicant. According to my staff report, this project started was first brought in as a comprehensive plan amendment back in '23, and it was withdrawn at some point. Why was this project withdrawn?
Good evening, Tyler Hudson for the record. Framework is the second developer to look at this project. There was another group that had this project, or had the land under control, filed a comprehensive plan amendment, and then fell out of the contract.
Okay.
So that's why it was withdrawn, and we wanted to essentially freshen the application with the new comp plan amendment, which we'll talk about
Okay,
later.
understood. This is a question for the applicant in regards to the economic study. When you purchased this property, was your intent to use it for office?
No, the intent was to redevelop.
Okay, so you've used an office rate for comparables,
That's right.
okay? Your case that what you would like to develop is something other than office. Was this used as office before, or why are we using that as a comparable?
In my mind, that was the highest and best use for this location and the building.
Okay,
Some sort of small, boutique office.
got it. During your presentation and looking at your review of information, it appears that this was kind of a binary review. It was either keep the building or demolish the building. Did you do any investigation of incorporating portions of the building into your new development?
I wouldn't say anything in a formal sense, with renderings, drawings, anything like that. We, of course, talked about it and tried to understand how that might work. We ultimately didn't go down that path for many of the reasons that I mentioned. The buildings on their own would be challenging to renovate and make useful once again. Those same reasons apply to sort of augmenting them to fit into a new building. Things like elevations and openings and the structural concerns and the waterproofing concerns that I mentioned too. And then ultimately that block, we felt the new development that we're proposing as a part of the applications tonight was just a better use. Better use, better fit, better design, both urban design and ultimately what would benefit the neighborhood the most.
Okay, and then this is a question for the civil engineer. Is this block part of a red line drainage district? I should say this intersection.
Scott Gilner again with Kimley Horn Associates. I'd have to go review. I don't believe it is, but I'd have to check to confirm.
Well, I'm questioning the drainage, and I'm familiar with this piece of property, and it looks like it flows to the back door. My question is that a intersection flooding issue, and that's compounded with this, and your future design is going to have some extra solutions that are gonna have to be done? Or is this a fairly simple solution if you raise the finished floor elevation?
I think probably the demolition portion is probably more localized than the red line district like you're talking about. But I'd have to confirm for sure and look at everything. But in terms of demo and how it's flowing into the back door like you referred to, I'd have to look at that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, those are my questions. Any other, you have questions?
I do, thank you, Chair. Just one additional question, following up on the Chair's question. Is there any part of the building that you've examined that would be, assuming this were to move forward, that would be worthy of preserving, incorporating into future, say, just to provide some nexus to its historic past?
Absolutely. The storefront openings, their proportions, the sort of rhythm and the spacing, the use of transom windows and cantilevered awnings. We plan to mirror those in the new development and some of the presentations that we have later this evening. I'll show some of that. And the finishes as well, the use of masonry. There are some really beautiful clay bricks, clay tiles that were mentioned that we would like to use, whether interior, exterior. So there are absolutely some features around the building that we see value in and that we want to emulate. Yes.
So design-wise, but also material-wise?
That's
There's
right.
some materials. Thanks.
I've got one more follow-up. So change of ownership, when you purchased this property, was it always intended to take these buildings down and develop?
Just a point of clarification, we have not yet purchased the property. We're under contract to purchase the property.
I misspoke. When you took this project on from a development standpoint, was the intent to tear these buildings down? Was it always the intent?
It was the intent, yes, it's part of an assemblage, the 2-acre assemblage, and that developing that full 2 acres is our intent, that's right.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. No more questions here. The applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
We're good, thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, with no rebuttal, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion of this hearing and move on to discussion. I will start on my right with Commissioner Prokop.
I think that your last question that was answered, that when they bought the project, they bought the building in a historic district with the full intent of tearing them down. Regardless, and basically now have basically produced, and these is my opinion, I'm speaking solely on my opinion. It appears that they produced estimates, structural reports to suit their case. And again, this is where we get to talk a little bit. I've worked on 100 historic preservation projects that were in much worse shape than this. One just in downtown Tampa, the First Presbyterian Church was in much worse condition, and it's been saved and restored as part of the ex-Tampa development, which is a large-scale residential development that carved out the historic building and saved it on the corner. There is no way that there is a $5,383,000 investment in these 8,900 square foot total buildings. They're just not real numbers. And like I said, $500,000 of it we know came from site work that has nothing to do with these buildings because it's on different parcels. These 2 buildings are solely on their own parcels. There's nothing wrong with these buildings that they didn't show photographs of the 1-inch cracks, which if there was really 1-inch cracks in a building, I would have liked to have seen photographs of them. I've tied in 1-inch cracks together in clay tile buildings with rebar, and you tie them together and the building's just as good as new. And I've done that, I just did it in another building in St. Pete. I don't find a justification for the demolition of 2 buildings in a historic district that I think, have a very...
For clarification, this is the first building.
Right. Clarification, acknowledged. What's interesting is that the structural reports for demolition are literally word for word. It's cut and paste. They're the exact same report for both buildings. For all the exact same things are found wrong, and for one, I know when these buildings were built, they weren't flooded. They weren't 12 inches below adjacent grade when they were built. So the parking lot has been filled in and filled in and filled in and filled in over time, and asphalt built up and then re-asphalted and built up, and that's created a drainage problem towards these buildings, that that can be resolved, with a little cut. So from my position as a historic preservation architect, there is nothing about these 2 buildings that cannot be preserved and restored within a reasonable cost.
Understood. Commissioner Meyer? Opposed?
I will grant you that perhaps a little more veracity in the estimated renovation costs would have been good. However, I think that staff in their report indicated that these are buildings that are now completely out of context. And they have been very seriously damaged. Well, they have been damaged, and they have not been updated in any way, shape, or form to meet current codes. They are dangerous buildings, I believe, at this time.
Well, no historic buildings are. No historic buildings meet current building code.
That's correct.
None.
Unless they have been.
Completely restored, but even then, very few have ever been brought up to hurricane code. You know, there's no way to reinforce a clay tile and brick and masonry bearing wall. You don't reinforce them. They're mass walls, and they don't exist. There's no reinforcement in them. My own building, my own office building downtown right now is a mass masonry, timber framed wood structure. It's never been brought up to hurricane codes at all, ever. It's been fully restored, but it doesn't meet hurricane code, never will.
There are, and then I will add to this, that this building is remarkably lacking in the kind of attention, the continued existence of the kind of attention, the continued existence of the details that we cherish our historic buildings for. So that is my feeling, and so I am in favor of allowing the demolition of these two lonely buildings at the corner of Columbia and
I just think that's
Columbus,
kind of-
rather, and
That's, oh, go ahead.
So, thank you. Noting that we're just looking at the first building first, on its own merits. So I think I concur with the commission on a general perspective that we are opposed to demolition of contributing structures. That's the starting point. And there are often varied reasons why demolition is the right approach. But in the spirit of preservation being the objective, I would tend to lean toward a conservative approach against losing contributing structures. It's that death by 1,000 cuts that you've heard me speak of before. I would tend to lean toward the inconvenient, and often it's expensive, revitalization, restoration, rather than lose the structure forever. However, in this case, and some we've seen before, the essential historic fabric, as you were discussing, appears to be gone. The likelihood of investment into it to restore it as a vibrant part of the historic district seems unlikely, or at least unforeseeable. The likelihood of the building being put into reasonable beneficial use, referring to the staff's perspective, seems low. And what I think is most driving for me or compelling is that the condition of the buildings now is not caused by the neglect or failure to maintain of the current applicant. If there was a different scenario, I would have a very different approach. So I would be prepared to recommend demo of this particular building based on the request. I don't know from a staff or legal perspective if that recommendation can come with a condition relative to restoring elements of the design and or materials in future state. If so, I would do that, and if not, that may come up in some other scenario.
And
I would leave it at that.
It's a good question, because I know you asked that question to the applicant, about that. And basically, I noted the words and wrote the words down. Basically, they said that they would mirror and mimic. They avoided using the word mimic. They said they would mirror the existing storefront and materials, but they wouldn't save any of them. they wouldn't restore any of them,
I
they
think
wouldn't
there was
reuse.
reference to saving some materials.
No, that was not what the answer was that you got to your question.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna save any material.
They said they
I
would
heard
mirror
there was
them.
tiles in the interior.
They wouldn't be reusing any of it. It was all that they would mirror the existing fabric
I
with
heard
new
that.
stuff.
When I reiterated the question as to design and materials, the applicant answered yes to both.
But none of the original.
Yeah, they're not gonna, my take was they were not gonna use any original material from that structure.
Can the
but they
question be asked and answered?
You would have to reopen the public hearing to ask
I
the
don't know how
question.
imperative it is.
Or you could ask it on the next demo application if this
How
one.
about-
So
How about
while
this,
we've
maybe?
got you, how about?
Yes,
how about-
yes. So, yes, Dana Crosby Collier, City Attorney's Office. You can place reasonable conditions on a certificate of appropriateness, but actually, because the design will come back to you at a later date, if this project moves forward, at that point in time, you could then make those requests as well.
So I'm of the position that from a public policy perspective, putting those conditions here for the record and to reflect, obviously it's a difficult decision. No one wants to see a contributing structure demolished, so attaching those conditions at this point.
Requesting that
would-
they do that when they bring forth the design.
Well, I would question the sequence, because you can generally get a demolition permit
Right.
prior.
Right, we can't say that the design of the building has to incorporate, because this is a demolition permit. That's all this
Yeah.
is a demolition.
I'm not suggesting that. All I'm suggesting is that this is a recommendation to council to approve the demolition.
This
and
is a
that-
CA. You are doing the CA on
Okay.
this one. And not to interrupt your train of thought, but I wanted to mention too that you could put a condition that they salvage what materials that meeting with staff they deem to be historically valuable. If you find those tiles to be particularly attractive or something of that nature, you can also add that condition.
I think something somewhat generic like that without prescribing beyond what we may all be aware of at this point, but reflecting the support for the demolition based on the stated reasons, but a desire to preserve as much elements of it, whether it be in design or materials. That would be my position.
I think this goes back to something similar to what the One Tampa building went through, in that, the corner building that they were fighting to tear down and the preservation community fought to preserve, and they got the worst case scenario, which is they tore the building down and all the historic fabric is gone, and now they're copying the building they tore down in Drive-It.
Right.
Okay, it's the worst case scenario. Again, we're talking, we're discussing. I don't think the primary architectural character of this building is gone. I think it's covered, from what I know of this building and have seen of this building, and I've been by it 1,000 times, and I service my bike at Joe Haskins right across the street and all that kind of stuff for 20 years. That I think there is a feasibility to a preservation of these two buildings and maybe 10 fewer residential units get built in I know we're only talking about demolition, but we're thinking, we can't think of demolishing this building without thinking of what's going there. And they showed us, we saw that in a earlier part of the hearing. That a coffee shop and a dry cleaners to serve, the hundreds of residential units going there would fit into this building perfectly well. And it's not, in all my experience in historic preservation, beginning in the mid-'80s, it is not a $5,383,000 restoration of this building. or even the part of that restoration that goes into this building. That's if that's the total cost for both. Huh?
5 million.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that's just, it's false. It's a false number, and we shouldn't be making decisions based upon such I guess, an exaggerated number, if I can state that on the record.
Well, I guess I would echo Commissioner Post in the aspect of, at some point, we have to rely on staff to some degree. And staff's report is that, you know, these buildings are at a point that, again, everything with money can be saved. I agree with you. I think this report was created to resolve preordained
By a
decision.
structural engineer who has never restored a historic building ever.
With that being said, I don't think these two buildings in context and in location and in current states are gems, if you will. And that's,
Maybe not in their current state, but I think they could be.
that's the road.
And
So,
I think it's capable for these buildings to be restored at a reasonable cost and incorporated into a future large-scale development and preserve the scale of the intersection, which is the two-story and one-story scale of this intersection, which I think people scream left and right about the loss of historic fabric throughout the city of Tampa, and why do we keep on tearing down historic buildings when they cannot be duplicated, and then build mass that doesn't duplicate the historic scale. And I know that's my reason for being here on this commission, is to preserve not just a particular building, but to preserve the character of historic districts. And that is done by maintaining the historic buildings that create that historic character, and not by allowing them to get torn down.
point taken. Is there, after discussion, is there any motions on the floor?
Let's see here. I'll have to prepare here. Ah,
I can,
okay.
so I'll make a motion to grant a certificate of appropriateness to demolish for ARC 2400000020 for the property located at 2315 North Florida Avenue, inasmuch as the agent has satisfied the requirements of Chapter 27, Section 27-116, subsection F of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, and recognizing that the administrator's determination is that the extent of the existing alterations and the necessity of conducting further significant undertakings to address structural defects and reverse previous inappropriate alterations constitutes an economic hardship for the property owner in which a reasonable beneficial use cannot be obtained, and with the condition that the applicants work with staff to preserve upon best practices any original or historic materials that could be used for future use.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
I second.
All right. We have an opportunity for some more discussion if it's needed.
We also have to ask if they understood the condition.
So does the applicant understand the condition that was added to that motion?
Would you mind restating it?
You want to
Condition.
restate it?
The condition was that the applicant would work with staff to preserve under a condition of best practices any original or historic materials that could be retained for future use.
Yes, understood, and we accept that.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I think, I just think that they failed to prove the financial hardship with such an exaggerated estimate, that if the estimate is cut in half or even in a third, which is reality, then the cost of their their hardship is gone to incorporate such a project, a building, into a large-scale, many hundreds of millions, or, you know, I don't know what the project cost is, but this would be 0.001% of that budget. And I don't think they've proved their hardship at all. And I think by exaggerating, they've actually convinced me to be so vehemently against it.
Commissioner Myers?
I have no further comment.
All right, discussion's over. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Motion passes.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is ARC-24-000025 for the property located at 2307 North Florida Avenue. This is the second of the certificate of appropriateness applications you will consider tonight, also a request for demolition. I have the applicant go ahead and come forward with the request.
Good evening again. Nick Herring, Executive Vice President with the Framework Group. Our address is 1211 Northwest Shore Boulevard, Suite 802. This presentation is going to look a lot like the last. So, out of respect for everyone's time, I'll move quickly through it and try to address some of the things that may be of concern. We again went through the same process with the same consultant team, including the structural engineer, to address these burdens of proof, the alternatives to demolition such as relocation, the cost and magnitude and scope of the renovations, and I will again focus on the economic hardship part of the argument. The demolition costs have been estimated, again, by Cross Country Services, along with Framework Group as general contractor. This building, which is about 2,250 square feet, we estimate would cost $23,100 to demolish. Our structural reports have been provided by J&B Structural, again here with me tonight, and this is another screenshot of the demolition proposal that we procured. The as-is value of the property as appraised is $275,000, and with demolition, it's $251,900. I'm going to refer back to the slide as we get further down, because I think it's got a good image. Getting into the economic hardship case on this particular building, we estimated, really with the same format, that it would cost $1.76 million to make marketable, to put back online, the phrase I used before. It's got the exact same issues that we've talked about before with building code, falling short of those standards, with water intrusion, with, again, the magnitude of work to just bring it to the finish level required. Making this argument again that with that $1.76 million investment, we would need to net about $62 a foot. So we're approaching double of the Class A office space in Tampa. To talk a little bit about, you know, how the sensitivity of this analysis, it's entertained for a moment that we just, okay, maybe it's not $62.65 per foot. What if we just aimed at fetching something more like the $33.65 per foot that's shown here is the average of Class A office space? Well, that would mean that our renovation budget would be about $950,000, which I would argue you would spend, you know, all day long in this space, and it would not result in something that fetches that sort of rental rate, even with that investment. So I think our numbers are legitimate. I personally have a lot of experience with renovating historic buildings in New York City. So I understand the sort of budgets that we're talking about, and again, the inefficiencies of the work and how things can snowball with the sort of conditions that we're talking about. The last transaction, the sale price for this property is $350,000. Some other economic hardship criteria that don't apply to our application. We were asked to provide the last 2 years of assessed value and the last 2 years of taxes, so we provided that. So again, just demonstrating the completeness of our application. This structural report is a lot like what you've seen before. Again, the 4 major areas of issue are with the roof, the walls, the concrete slab, and the different openings around the building. Some of the cracks that I've talked about before, up to an inch, are shown here in the photograph that would each need to be addressed. You know, not only to say, just sort of from a judgment call that this is safe, but actually to bring it to current code, which would be required by our financing, which would be required by our insurer, most likely. So again, substantial work required on the roof. Those joists pictured there are lacking sufficient hardware for hurricane code. This insulation is just sort of blown in, something that would need to be addressed. So this is a complete re-roof, both structurally and from a waterproofing standpoint. The concrete slab, again, would need to be raised to address waterproofing concerns. Adjacent grade, yes, would need to be addressed to divert the flow of water. And that would result in quite a bit of work for our openings and again, the foundations, making sure all of that would actually work. And lastly, staff supports our application. I want to jump back to this picture because again, in our replacement building that we are going to propose, emulating the storefront is a word I like to use, because it's the proportions, it's the transom window, it's the awning that we want to recreate or emulate in our new building. We want to remove and reuse existing materials like the clay tiles shown in this photograph, whether interior, exterior, maybe a kitchen backsplash or something interesting like that in an amenity area. That's what we're interested in doing. These medallions across the facade of the building are just sort of perfect characteristics of what we love about these historic buildings. So that's completely in the plans, always has been, and just wanted to make that point of clarification. So again, thank you for your time and for hearing me out, and my team and I are here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff. Staff finds that the application submission was complete and that the public notice requirements were met, as were the conditions for the public hearing this evening. This is a contributing resource which does retain much of its historic integrity. However, the integrity of the setting has been compromised along the Florida Avenue corridor, a little more so with this building than the prior, as the building adjacent to it has since been demolished due to structural deficiencies, and the building next door is a little closer, in fact, to some of the other contributing buildings in the district. Anyway, despite the retention of its historic form and features, the building exhibits structural deficiencies that cumulatively impact its ability to be preserved, to be rehabilitated while preserving its historic features. And therefore, staff does not object to the proposed demolition. and I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak for or against this project? All right, seeing no one, commissioners, we will start with questions, and I'll start on my left, Commissioner Post.
Okay, thank you. So I see this building a little different than the last. I actually wanted to ask Ms. Lund if she could elaborate a little bit on this notion that its integrity of setting has been compromised as a result of the loss of the other period buildings. So that was not a reference in the, relative to the first building. You touched on it, but can you just elaborate a little bit the relevance of that?
Certainly. The building at 2315 North Florida Avenue sits directly on the corner and is sort of catacorner to the contributing building that's across the intersection there. The building on this end of the 2307 here sits at a site that was adjacent to, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at my maps and talk at the same time. It was adjacent to other structures that were in the district, which have since been demolished, and those were, there we are. Well, maybe not adjacent, but there were other structures along Florida Avenue here that, if you bring up the screen, I can show this map, please. There were other structures along Florida Avenue similar to the one shown in this 1931 map, and others shown in the 1951 map that have been demolished in the intervening years since between the historic period and when the district was established.
Okay, great, thank you. So a few questions for the applicant. To the point of the reuse of materials, I want to make sure I heard you correctly, that you were specifying the reuse of the actual materials, not replicating them, but reusing them. Some of the tiles on the exterior you noted, the diamonds located above. I want to make sure I'm hearing you specifically on this one.
That's right, agreed. Reuse of those specific materials, yes.
Okay, thank you. And was there any consideration for this? In my opinion, this one has more historic fabric. The appearance of it, I was out there looking at it. The 2315, as we've noted, seems to have lost a lot of its exterior character, but this one, it largely remains intact. So is there any consideration for relocating this structure rather than demoing it?
We did consider that, and it was addressed in the structural report. Relocating a slab-on-grade building is in many ways infeasible, especially when we're talking about one that is in this condition, sort of, brittle, aged condition. Just freeing it from a concrete slab on grade that's been in place, for eons, and then sort of lifting it up and moving it, just imagining that it would remain intact and actually be successful in any kind of cost-effective manner. And those openings that we love so much, their tendency to rack and buckle and break, I just don't see how that could work to maintain the fabric of what we love about that building.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about preserving the storefront itself? Whether in whole or in part, where you often see you made reference to it, you could incorporate it into some other interior parts of whatever the presumed future state might be, but it largely intact or in large portions that you could really preserve the storefront itself and not just the small elements of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Any consideration for that?
We thought it best, instead of trying to find a way to sort of surgically remove it from the building and keep all that glass intact, to more or less copy its proportions and dimensions and recreate those, whether on the exterior or the interior of the space. That was our plan.
Probably difficult to preserve the glass, but
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
rest of the elements that
Mhm.
could be,
Like mullions and things. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
I have no questions at this time.
Commissioner Prokop?
I think most of my questions were asked and answered about the previous building, but the applicant himself, I asked you a question. You said you had experience with trying to restore and rehab buildings in New York City. What is, I guess I'd have to ask, what's the difference in the rehab cost between rehabbing historic buildings in New York City versus rehabbing historic buildings in Tampa?
That's a really multi-dimensional question, you know.
I mean, we could even just give a broad square footage cost, or, you know, the union labor that's involved in New York City.
Sure.
The fact that typically buildings in New York City, if you're historically rehabbing them, they're much older than buildings in Tampa, and they need a lot more work. So I imagine, I'm just wondering if you have any estimate of
Yeah,
the
that's sort of the
range of difference.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. My comments about my own experience aren't necessarily taking, you know, really the work that I did in New York City, which was more than a decade ago at this point, and applying the same, you know, labor material rates and how it translates from that to this. It was more about the nature of the work, the complexity and the risk involved, and the inefficiencies that I mentioned when you open a wall and find something you didn't expect, and all work stops because you have to develop an engineered shoring plan, you know, to address what you're looking at before anything
Understood.
can proceed. So it was more, you know, taking all that experience and the way that the work can compound, well, almost inevitably will compound, and applying, you know, Florida and Tampa-based labor, material rates,
What is the square footage?
contracting sort of
Right.
negotiations that would happen with the trades that actually do the work.
What was the square footage of this building again?
2,250 square feet.
Is it basically an open shell?
It's got some interior partitions.
But there's no ceilings, the roofs are exposed, it's basically, you know, the condition is very visible. So there wouldn't be as many of those, would there? And many of those unforeseen conditions that cause everything to come to a screeching halt?
In some cases, that might be true. I showed some photos about some built-up insulation that would conceal
Okay.
See what we're looking at, wall finishes, floor finishes.
From a historic preservation standpoint, is it more important to preserve the actual historic fabric of the building, or is it more important to copy it?
You're asking my opinion? I don't have an opinion of the relative importance of those two things. I mean, I think they're equally important. And that might sound silly, but I've said that we intend to do both. And because of the feasibility of emulating something like a storefront versus recreating it, and the feasibility of, I'm sorry, I said recreating, but emulating rather than removing and reinstalling something like a storefront versus the feasibility or relative ease of removing and reinstalling something like tile or a medallion. I would prefer to do those things, you know, sort of piece by piece throughout a historic building where I can. So maybe in that way, I value that more. But I also,
Okay.
you know, see the line of feasibility.
Do you know what the purpose of that medallion is on the front of the building?
I believe it was to support the tie rod for the awning.
Right, so it's not just a medallion, it's a structural component of a,
So it's sort of anchored.
right, it's a structural component of the building, so it's not just decorative. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Can we put the west elevation of the property up, please? And my question is, the southern portion on this photo, is that part of the contributing structure? Or was that an addition later on?
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation staff, the shorter single bay on the south end of this building was a later addition. It shows up, I believe, it may be the building that's shown on the 1951 sandboard map here.
Okay, thank you. And then a question for the applicant or his engineer. Is the finished floor of this building at the same elevation as the finished floor of the building we just discussed? It is?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And then my commissioner had mentioned that these two structural reports seem incredibly similar between the two buildings. Is it in fact that the distress is identical between these two buildings?
Our findings were, that's true, yes.
Okay. And the construction material, even though this was built 30 years later, is identical to the first building? The construction type and the materials?
Construction type with masonry walls and a timber frame roof, I think that's true.
Okay.
The exact materials, not exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay, I have no other questions. Any other questions from the commissioners? All right. Seeing no questions, the applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you choose.
I guess one more point to make on that last question was, even if the materials vary, you know, that statement of what is code compliant and what is not, and what is showing deterioration and what needs to be replaced, those statements are still valid, even in, you know, difference in materials, difference in dimensioned lumber and things like that.
Well, I really, where my question came from is it's very easy to make assumptions when you've walked through one building and maybe it wasn't as much detail was done on the second building. So I'm just confirming that it is in fact identical disrepair and failures.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and begin discussion for the commissioners. I'll start on my left.
You keep starting with me. I'm going to defer, actually.
Okay. Commissioner Myers?
Really, for me, the most compelling portion of the argument here is not whether or not this could possibly be restored and be economically viable, but that it is no longer, it was an attempt in the early part of the last century to provide to provide retail space on Florida Avenue. And the complete block was never built out. It was a little, perhaps, I guess, a little too far out for that to happen. I can only, I don't understand quite why that was. Certainly, there is not the amount of historic fabric that we see in Ybor City. And these two lonely buildings on this block at this point have kind of lost their ability to carry the weight, I think, of a historic framework. So I am in favor of demolition at this point.
Commissioner Brokaw?
I'd like to take up that statement, that subject, but I think they're in a historic district and they're contributing structures. In and of itself is enough reason to keep to keep this particular building. And whether or not it could be woven into a historic fabric of, you know, further retail spaces, or that could be done. This building could remain and become a part of a beautiful street front along Florida Avenue, as we know this project is going to do. This project is going to have ground floor storefront along Florida Avenue. And this building could become a part of that, just because it doesn't have anything there now, and it's lost its family, you know? It's an orphan. I get that. But it still is what we're commissioned here to preserve. That's what we are here to do, is to preserve the historic fabric of historic districts, of contributing structures, and require any future development to weave them into the neighborhood. That's really what our intent is, in my opinion. That's why we're here. And again, as my argument was before, the financial, you know, hardship to bring this building up to building code is it's not what it's stated. It's not what these estimates are, because these estimates are grossly overstated. And so the financial hardship isn't there. And I think this building could anchor a lovely little one-story or two-story grouping of storefronts with a taller tower behind them to honor the historic character and scale of what we saw in the original presentation by our staff member of what the character of the neighborhood was. And I think that's what we're charged to do.
Yeah. Point taken. Commissioner Post.
So, not surprisingly, it sounds like we'll fall on our same positions. I might be a little slightly different in this. I think, I agree with my commissioner that I think the building has seen its better times, and the future state, I would tend to support the demolition of the building to provide a future state that can revitalize the area and restore vitality to the historic district. But I am partial to the facade of the building, and I don't know if there is approval of a partial demolition if the facade can be retained. I'm not an architect or an engineer, but I've seen this occur before.
It's been
and
done
maybe whether it's
many
done in that
times.
space or in some other space, and I'm sure it's complicated, it's, I'm sure, inconvenient, but if there is a way, if the presumed approval could condition upon preservation in whole or in part of, I think not that smaller side building, but the decorative facade, and all of its features.
I've seen it done many, many, many times. It is actually, I guess, in Washington, D.C., where I've spent a fair amount of time, it's a very prevalent method of historic preservation, in that facades are maintained and there are blinds put in them. And these, I'm talking about multi-story facades, townhouse facades are maintained. And then blinds are put in them because what's built behind them does not match the floor levels. And if you look in through the windows, you'll see the ceiling structure of a floor level that doesn't match. But this is a much smaller scale.
What happened to University of Tampa at the admin building, where it was historic stucco finish, and the front building facade remained, and they built a new building behind it.
There's some elements of Hotel Hyatt, I think, that preserved some of the original, so, and
Yeah.
I don't want to dissect it here
Right.
on the dais,
Well, I
but that
think
would
they
be
kept
my,
most of Hotel Hyatts of the historic structure.
but
yeah.
my position would be,
Yeah.
I would like to provide a path forward for demolition of the building and a likelihood of restoring a more vibrant use for this corner and this parcel, but in whatever responsible, reasonable way there is to preserve that facade. It may not need to stay intact where it is, but incorporated in some fashion.
What I would hate, because we're having a discussion here amongst us, what I would hate to have happen is that we have these historic contributing structures torn down, and then in the future, at some future, whether it be this developer, another project, somehow, I'm talking completely hypothetically, come in front of us and present a project that attempts to basically rebuild, retail on that without the same scale and without the same materials, or even to duplicate the same scale and the same materials of these historic structures. I agree that, I think, a facade could certainly be incorporated into a new structure.
Well, I think you've got a slippery slope there, because it's unfortunate the way this sequencing of cases is happening, because we're having to kind of make this decision in a quasi-vacuum without seeing a design that we know is coming. And I think you run the risk of making a monument out of a facade that you are then going to dictate needs to
Right.
be put up somewhere else on the site.
Which-
To what end?
Which again, I'm stating is the reason for keeping the historic fabric, because they've not proven the financial burden. With exaggerated numbers and without doing real numbers, they've not satisfied their proof of financial burden. To not incorporate this building into a future project and be able to restore this building, even to current building codes with straps and whatnot. I mean, that's not here or there, but there's still no reason to not save a historic building in a historic neighborhood that does not have significant damage. I mean, there are buildings 10 times worse than this that have been restored pretty successfully.
So again, in this discussion, there is no building next door now. Now you have an isolated building.
Yep.
Mid-block, that's not in good shape.
Yep.
And now you have created an economic situation which is gonna be more expensive.
Well, we can't say we have to tear this one down because we tore the first one down.
I agree.
Well,
But the testimony has been that this building is in as bad of shape as the one that was previously done. We're using the same economic model, so we approved that economic model. I agree, I always want more information, so I just.
I think we need more information. I honestly think we need more information. I think there needs to be a historically trained structural engineer do an assessment, rather than someone who's never restored a historic building do an assessment. And I think that needed to happen for the first building.
Chair, I'm just gonna refer to the staff report and the administrator's findings, which varied from the prior as well, but that were in support of the findings, and that's persuasive for me.
Okay, so, good discussion. Do we have any motions on the floor?
I don't think we should vote because the staff says something also. I don't think we should take the staff's statements as supplanting for our own sworn duty.
Would you like to make a motion?
I move to deny a certificate of appropriateness. I move to, I guess it's to the city council, right? Or no, this is, demolition. Move to deny a certificate of appropriateness to demolish the property for ARC 24 2024-000025, located at 2307 North Florida Avenue. Inasmuch as the agent has not satisfied the requirements of Chapter 27, Section 27-116F of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances.
Legal, do we need to have any more specifics about what did not satisfy?
Yeah, I would, Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office, I would add the address to the motion, 2307 North Florida Avenue, and then give a little more specific information on your basis for the denial in the event that this is
I did
sent
list
for
the
review.
address.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Inasmuch as the agent has not satisfied the requirements of financial hardship, that the cost estimates do not equate to what are considered market standards in the city of Tampa.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Okay, not seeing a second. That motion does not move on. We could enter back into discussion, or do I hear a second motion?
I am looking for the verbiage on the staff approval. Where is it? Ah. Thank you. Okay. We've got lots of stuff. Move to grant a certificate of appropriateness to demolish for ARC 24-00000025 for the property located at 2307 North Florida Avenue, as much as the agent has satisfied the requirements of Chapter 27, Section 27-116F of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. For despite the retention of its historic form and features, the building exhibits multiple structural deficiencies that cumulatively impact its ability to be rehabilitated. I would like to condition this with the caveat that the demolition take place utilizing the best standards for the reuse of available architectural elements and materials.
Okay, do I hear a second?
May I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Is that the right timing, or do we second and then amend? I think I.
Make the amendment your second conditional upon the acceptance of an
I will
amendment.
second the motion and ask for additional condition to your caveat, which would be to specifically preserve the tiles, the medallions, and such other elements as the staff finds merit retention and preservation.
No, I concur. Do I have to repeat that?
No, you
Just,
concur.
I concur.
Okay, if we have a second, does the applicant understand the conditions that have been added?
Yes, we do, thank you.
Okay, and these are acceptable conditions?
Acceptable, yes.
Okay, all right, so we've got a motion on the floor. Any discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay. All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Did you want to move to the next case or take a
Please.
short break? Move?
Anybody? I'm good with moving on.
Okay, very good. We're now going to begin to kind of transition into the phase of the hearing that we're dealing with the redevelopment of the site. So this has become more of an advisory power on your behalf. It's under Chapter 27, Section 27-113 of your powers and duties, and I'm sure that Elaine will incorporate these into the staff report at the appropriate time. I did want to let you know that there are several staff members from the city and from the county that are here to assist with the next three cases. Ross Salmons with right-of-way and mapping is here this evening. Sam Thomas with Development Coordination. Evan Johnson with City Planning, and Jennifer Malone with the Hillsborough County Planning Commission staff. So at the appropriate times, they can provide information and answer questions for you as the next three cases are heard. So with that, we can move on to the recommendation for the alley vacating.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. As Mr. Fernandez stated, this application is for the vacating of the alley that runs north to south, parallel to North Florida Avenue between, excuse me, Columbus Drive and Amelia Avenue. This is application number ARC 24-0000241/VAC-24-0000009. I have no additional photo presentation, so at this time we'll have the applicant come forward to present the request.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. As Tyler mentioned, I'm going to try to keep this one pretty brief. I think it's very straightforward. The area that we are proposing to vacate is highlighted in that light blue color. As you can see, the main portion being the north-south alley, as Elaine mentioned, that T-shaped alley was previously vacated. And also important to note, which is a bit of a unique situation, this yellow highlighted block down here at the bottom, this was already vacated. And I'll mention a little bit more about that in a second. So this vacating includes that north-south alley and then a couple adjacent pieces of city land that have been deemed as right-of-way. And so we think there's sufficient justification for this vacating request. I'll go through these bulleted items in a bit more detail. Again, as mentioned, with that southern portion of the alley having already been vacated, this does create a bit of a dead end there at the end of the property along Amelia. It's also important to note, this was foreshadowed a bit in the prior applications, that this is an assemblage of land. This is under common ownership. So the intended development intent would be to do a unified development here. That existing alley is currently bifurcating the property there, so that makes it any kind of medium density design a bit difficult. It's also important to note that the property down to the south of Amelia Avenue, that alley has already been vacated as well. So this vacating does not create any kind of disruption in any existing grid pattern that exists today. Staff did found this application consistent, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, City Right-of-Way staff is here as well.
Thank
you. Excuse me, Elaine Lund. Staff found this application to be consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines for rehabilitation and consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that the majority of the original alley in this block has already been vacated. The City of Tampa Code directs you with regard to applications such as this to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historical integrity and appearance of the locally designated landmark site, multiple property designation, historic conservation, overlay district, or historic district in accordance with the applicable design standards. The Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines for rehabilitation discusses elements such as alleys and streets a bit under setting, where it does recommend to preserve features such as alleys that are important in defining the overall character of the district. However, and the Tampa Comprehensive Plan also discusses protecting the original urban designs of the historic districts by ensuring that their historic grid remains intact. However, in this case, there is no remaining alley intact in this block. So I'm available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public who's here to speak for or against this project? All right, not seeing any, we will begin with commissioner questions, and I will start on my right.
To give our fellow commissioner a break.
Exactly.
I have no questions.
Elaine, is the portion in blue, and perhaps this is a question for the petitioner, the portion in blue on the exhibit that you presented, you said that the southern portion had been vacated, and am I incorrect in reading this plan and seeing that somehow the alley has been continued, and we're now being asked to vacate that little jog portion as well. Is that correct?
So that portion was created as an out for when the original vacating was taken for the southern portion. The city owns that land in fee simple, but it's deemed as right of way, so it needs to be vacated. Same with the areas along the north as well.
Okay. And the area along the north was that always?
It was condemned, and we figured this out. Ross might be able to speak to this a bit better. But no, in reviewing title, this was condemned at one point by the city. So the city does own this in fee simple, but again, been deemed right of way potentially for an expansion of Columbus. That did not occur, and that there aren't, to what we're aware of, any plans to do that.
And there are no, pardon my ignorance on this, there's no mass transit, fixed rail, anything that's supposed to go down Columbus?
No, so this portion of Columbus is actually owned by the county. There are plans to improve this, but they're mainly related to striping, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I do have some questions, and I'm going to continue your line because I want to make sure I understand what I'm seeing here. It might require panning back somewhat. So the north, or if there's another visual that we can take a look. So the north runs into Columbus, and then on the north side of Columbus, there's no continuation of the alley. What's happening north?
That's right. Tyler Hudson for the record. So all the items that are in teal, we're seeking the same thing, which is a vacating of the right-of-way. But to dig a little bit deeper, we actually have kind of three flavors of right-of-way. The portion that is the long, skinny rectangle that starts at Columbus, goes south and then stops above the yellow crosshatch, that's original platted from the Neve subdivision. That's original platted alley. Probably with the most common sense of what an alley right-of-way is. Below that, you'll see the triangular piece. That's city fee simple owned land for which the current property owner has under contract to acquire. That was not platted right-of-way, but it was acquired for right-of-way purposes. The portions on the north were on, sift through several pages of condemnation maps. This was land acquired by the city for right-of-way purposes pursuant to a condemnation. Not related to mass transit or anything. This was in the 60s. It was just to have a little bit more breathing room for roadway that was never utilized. And as you can see, it's a very minor portion of the lot, and it doesn't map easterly adjacent. So it's just a little forgotten sliver that became unforgotten.
So, but back to my question. What's happening north of Columbus? Let's say that it remained as an alley and that a vehicle or pedestrian could make their way from Amelia north.
They can't.
When they cross.
The question is there an alley to the
I
north?
understand. There is, and it shifts to the right. It does not, it is not aligned. Yeah, we can show it to you, but essentially the block that is north, it goes right next to a Hart bus shelter. I think that alley starts, if you look at the word E in East Columbus Drive that's on screen right now, that alley starts there. So there is an alley up there, but it's misaligned to the point of,
It doesn't look like it's gonna run right into a
sorry, we
parking
got
lot.
a lot going on.
Yeah, right above the C, right here.
That's that alley, yeah.
So there is an alley running
There is an alley. This alley is, I mean, for what it's worth, it's
east of that parking lot, under those trees.
correct, yeah.
Okay.
Not legal personally. I lived 2 blocks away from here for 8 years. This alley is completely overgrown, but it is also misaligned with the block that's immediately to the south.
Understood. But it is
Different
still-
subdivision.
It is still, it exists.
It exists.
legally as
It
an
exists.
alley.
It is not vacated. It is impassable, and it's misaligned with the portion that we're seeking to vacate here today.
Okay, and then south, across Amelia, to the southern side,
Already vacated.
no, south of Amelia,
Off the block.
the
Yes.
next block down.
But
There is,
vac-
it looks like there is no alley.
Correct. It has been vacated.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know and thank you. Do you know the circumstances of the vacating of the yellow crosshatch portion?
Not
the
really. I
staff?
mean, I think there was a partial vacating.
Maybe Ross
This,
knows?
I think happened a very long time ago. Yeah, Ross.
Ross Sammons, right-of-way mapping coordinator for the city's Development Coordination Division. It's my understanding that prior development, for the corner there along Amelia, the property owner, vacated, petitioned to vacate that portion of the alley. And at the time, in agreement with that, the city acquired that portion to extend it so that the alley wouldn't dead end. So they were agreeable to that because the property owner was able to deed that portion to the city.
So that's the blue,
Yeah, and I can show something here
blue
real
that-
quick.
it's very peculiar,
Just an atlas sheet if you don't care.
but that's okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, thank you.
Mhm.
And is there any consideration being exchanged for this conveyance or expected from the applicant?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Tyler Hudson for the record. So for the portion of what we'll call the normal alley in this abnormal situation, the normal alley fee will go to the folks on either side, which is the property owner, so there is no consideration. For the weird portions that are triangular, which I think we kind of know what we're talking about there, the piece that's up at Columbus and little zigzag to the south, yes, there's a contract for the southern portion that we are amending the contract to include those northern pieces. The consideration is on a per square foot basis, the same value that Nick is acquiring the property from the current owner for.
So is
I'm
the
not sure that's
city-
part of our purview. anyway.
It's definitely not, but it's good
No.
context,
It's-
hopefully helpful.
It's contact.
And-
Yeah, it's context, yeah.
If I may add, Dana Crosby Collier from the City Attorney's Office, this particular item would require a condition that the mayor sign off on that.
If I may, just go a hair outside of probably our jurisdiction, just to finish on that question. So the consideration is between the private parties. Is the city receiving any consideration?
The city is receiving the
That-
consideration.
okay.
So,
That's
so
what I
right
was
now, if you sort of think of it, there's the city who owns it now, a gentleman named Dr. Rattan owns all the land around it that Framework is acquiring. Dr. Rattan's gonna buy it from the city, we're reimbursing Dr. Rattan. But yeah, the city is ultimately gonna get on a per square foot value for their, smaller portions of land, the same per square foot value that my friend Nick here is paying for the whole assemblage.
Okay,
And we just
thank you.
use that as market value.
The vacate of alleys is just a sore spot generally. But thank you for answering the questions.
This is
Appreciate it.
an odd one.
Yep.
Commissioner Myers?
Well, I have no questions on this vacation. So I will pass.
All right, I've got a question for city staff. I'm assuming that this alley is not in use And the city is okay with this vacation? They're supportive?
I wouldn't say in use, I wouldn't say it's not in use, because, you know, usually somebody will randomly drive over that, I would assume. But as far as the current, review, city staff doesn't object to the vacating. Because ultimately, the city is under contract, you know, with the sale of those portions. So all the interests that in the future, if this is approved by the city council in the future, that all the interest in the city will be gone in the block pretty much.
And while I've got you, from a utility standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
all these utilities that are in this alley are private and will be abandoned and be the responsibility of, okay. And I guess my question is, there's no reason that there'll be a utility easement required down the road if we get rid of this?
There will be, there currently are easement reservations, but they, according to their future development, they'll take care of that, I'm sure.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing no questions, the applicant, oh, let's see, where am I? Yeah, the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
We appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, we're going to close the public hearing and discuss. I'll start on, I'm going to go back to you. Next up.
No, it's because you complain. Squeaky wheel and all that. Yeah, I mean, given the nature of the size and scale of what we know is coming down the road, I really don't have any questions or concerns. Not with the vacating.
Okay. Commissioner Myers?
This vacating is essentially permission to have a very large building on this site, whose design we have not seen. I would very much prefer to see something about this building before approving a vacating of this nature. The alley is there in order to service what were intended to be retail properties fronting a major corridor, Florida Avenue. And what it did was to say that more intense development is going to occur to the west of this alley, and to the east of this alley, we will transition somehow with less intense usage down to residential. And for that reason, the alley functions in our trying to retain certain aspects of the historic design. And so I'm not so sure that it is a good idea to vacate it.
Okay.
Very interesting. I was going a similar direction. I have to somewhat hold back a little bit on my opposition to vacating alleys generally. I'm just strongly opposed to it. I'm strongly opposed to the proliferation of vacates that have been occurring throughout the city. The alley system exists for a reason. It exists, it has a purpose, creating that network of connectivity and functional delivery, pickup, et cetera, particularly in the historic districts. And vacating or ceding the alleys from essentially public uses to private uses, regardless of the conditions of them, because many are in really almost impossible to use, but it's counterintuitive to the spirit of preservation. And it, frankly, it forever limits the city's potential future use. So I think this case kind of begs the question that this is really not serving a beneficial use as an alley as we see it today. It's got this dead-ending component, this misalignment component. It seems to be somewhat of an easy vacate to support, notwithstanding my general objection to them. But it's unclear how the servicing of the potential future building will occur. And so if we reserve decision on this, I don't know the implications of that in terms of reserving the decision to understand how the parcel is going to work in the absence of it.
Right. Yeah, I think you both made very good points in that, you know, it's a natural barrier, that things can happen on one side that don't happen on the other, that density can happen on one side of an alley that doesn't happen on the other, that it's a break, it's kind of like a natural barrier between heights and depths and densities of development. And, you know, like we were discussing earlier, that, you know, there's the potential for, you know, a different scale along Florida than there is on the other side of the alley. And, yeah, without trying to be like predictive or, you know, we don't know what the result of this vacating is going to, what is going to result, as as my fellow commissioner stated. We don't know what the result is going to be. And
I think staff may have.
Yeah, hi, Dana Crosby Collier, legal. The applicant is willing to move forward to discuss the rezoning and the comp plan so you can have a better idea of the context of this vacate, and then we can move this to the end of the agenda and take it up last. It is obviously part of the whole package, but we can do that if it'll make you more comfortable in making your decision.
I think we'd like to do that. What's the process for us?
We're just going to table this item at this time, and we'll take it up before the end of the meeting, and we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item on your agenda.
Thank you.
Tyler Hudson for the record. If I may, I think it's probably going to make sense to go into the rezoning. You've seen the vacating, but have withheld action for understandable reasons. The second item out of the three that we're seeking your recommendation on this evening is a comprehensive plan amendment to increase the density, to give us more Play-Doh to shape around. I think there might be some similar questions there of viewing that in the abstract can be a little bit challenging. So I would ask that is this 1 through 5, is that the agenda numbers? I would ask that we table 3, and table 4, and bring up number 5 now.
I think that's a good idea. Let's go ahead and go to
just as a
number 5.
forewarning,
Yeah.
I don't want to take up more of y'all's time than necessary. Rezoning isn't a short presentation, so if you do want to break, this might be a good time for one, but if you're ready to go, we're ready to rip, so.
All right, I think we are going to take a break. Let's keep it to 5 minutes at the most.
Sounds great.
All right.
Thanks.
So we just need to adjourn for a 5-minute break? let's go ahead and get this hearing back on track. We're going to start with case number 5. We'll restart.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item you will hear then this evening is case ARC 24-0000248/RAZ 24-000052. This is for a recommendation for the rezoning at the subject property, rezoning from commercial intensive and residential multifamily 24 to a planned development zoning. So with that, I'll have the agent come forward to present the request. Let's see. Agent ready?
Good evening again, Commissioners. Nick Herring, Executive Vice President with the Framework Group, 1211 Northwest Shore Boulevard, Suite 802 here in Tampa. Just going to assume with every new application I have to restate that. Excited to talk to you this evening about a building that we are proposing at the corner of Florida and Columbus Avenues that we've worked extremely hard to massage into what we believe is the best representation of the use of this block. Not only that, the contributions to the neighborhood, something that is economically doable, in other words, financeable, a building that is efficient and, at the end of the day, beautiful and in keeping with the historic fabric. And that's what I intend to demonstrate to you tonight. In total, it's 208 apartments and about 4,000 square feet of retail demised into 3 spaces. Jumping ahead a little bit, since I'm on retail, that point number 4 shows the location of those retail spaces on the corner of Florida and Columbus, as well as Florida and Amelia. But to take a trip around the site, starting with our main access off of Columbus Drive, that's point number 1. Our residents will both ingress and egress from that point on Columbus. We felt it best to position that vehicular access on Columbus because we simply can't on Florida. It's FDOT road, or excuse me, yes, because it's an FDOT road. Accessing from Amelia would require a variance, as this is a commercial development, and we didn't want to sort of burden that narrower, slower street with our traffic. We thought this made the most sense and made for a tidy, kind of very functional loading area at the north end of the building. So that's number 2. That eastern driveway, number 2, is intended just for loading and unloading. And there is a service dock that is shown by this sort of dashed box for both moving trucks, residents moving in and out, as well as trash. That was once positioned to sort of empty towards Columbus. That, with the city's guidance, we rotated 90 degrees counterclockwise to open to a private drive. So again, something that is just more functional, keeping those trucks from backing onto Columbus and keeping everything tight and efficient. Point number 3, we have emphasized walkable, pedestrian-friendly, and bike-friendly, and most of all, safe sidewalks. So with that, our sidewalks are a minimum of 12 feet. That is not something that we had to do, something that we wanted to do. There's also an emphasis on street trees in the sidewalk with street grates, and where we can incorporate shade awnings, we're going to do that too. Point number 4 I talked about with the ground level retail at the 2 prominent corners of the building. Point number 5, these are our resident courtyards. We position them here to open southward, first to allow light into those courtyards, make them feel nice and airy and comfortable, but also because we wanted to break up the massing more on Amelia and create the opportunity for walk-up access to apartments, you know, sort of that urban stoop that is a part of the historic fabric. Point number 6, there's a step down in the building height. I may have mentioned it, but I'll state it again. Our building is mostly 6 stories tall. It steps down in this direction to 5 stories because we do have existing single-family homes to our east. So we stepped that building wing down to do what we could to, you know, offer relief to those backyards and you know, avoid blocking sunlight as best we could. Also along that facade on the eastern side, we have a 15-foot setback and unobstructed landscape buffer. So not even a terrace, not even a sidewalk, purely green plantings. So that's a trip around the site, and we'll talk in more detail as we progress. These are the elevations currently that we're proposing. At the top, that's the elevation from Columbus, where I mentioned we have that loading dock. It also is a great view of kind of our most prominent corner, Florida and Columbus, where we're going to have that signature retail, where we're going to replicate or emulate the historic buildings that you see in other forms within Tampa Heights, but also other historic neighborhoods or one-off historic structures in places like Ybor or West Tampa, with use of brick in various details and forms, banding, cornices, dentils across the top, arched window openings, things of that nature. On the bottom elevation there, that's the view from Florida. So you get a really good view of kind of the commercial frontage. I should have mentioned that the entirety of Florida is non-residential. So you've got the retail suites on both ends, both corners, Columbus and Amelia, and then across the middle, that's our lobby, interior amenities, things like that. So we think that's appropriate for Florida Avenue, and it allows us to install these storefronts that I've talked about in earlier presentations tonight that reflect the proportions and the dimensions and the characteristics of some of the buildings that will have once occupied the site. Again, details that give a nod to historic structures that are familiar in Tampa, awnings and the street trees that I talked about before, arched window openings across the top. You see a lot of those in cigar buildings and things like that, and various use of materials and banding and coining, things of that nature. These are other views from the south. I talked before about the courtyards on Amelia. It creates these distinct building forms and sort of a rhythm across Amelia. We think that's appropriate for that elevation. The eastern property line is where you get a good view of the building step down from the 6 stories that is sort of the main building down to the 5 stories on that wing that abuts the single-family properties. There's also kind of a consistent effort on our part to terrace the building as it rises, giving it sort of that wedding cake appearance. Don't believe that's something that is established in the zoning code, that we need to increase the setbacks as the building rises. It's something that we wanted to do to sort of adapt the massing to something that still allows light down to the street, that still allows us to create the historic proportions, and again, specifically on the eastern side, gives some relief to our neighbors. So we were asked by the staff report to address a handful of specific criteria or characteristics and demonstrate a little bit more how our proposed building relates to the historic pattern within the district. That's kind of a course that's repeated over and over in the report. So we're going to take those one by one. The first request was to demonstrate how the height and width of what we're proposing relates to the historic pattern of the district. Florida and Columbus is one of 2 intersections of arterial roadways within Tampa Heights, and the other being Tampa. And, you know, these intersections were envisioned as kind of the center of the neighborhood. So in our view, maximizing density and minimizing setbacks and introducing things like retail storefronts at these intersections just makes good sense. I mentioned the step down. This is a view of it in relation to the adjacent buildings, and you also get a good view of the landscaping setback, the 15-foot setback that I mentioned. Specifically, the building drops from 89 feet as a typical height down to 63 along this elevation. So again, doing what we can to propose this high-density building with a pattern that relates to the historic neighboring structures within the district. There's precedent for what we're proposing. These buildings either exist or are under construction to our south, also within Tampa Heights, so we just wanted to point that out. I mentioned before, we sort of looked outside of the Tampa Heights historic district to other historic districts for both architectural inspiration and also sort of precedent for the massing that we're proposing, specifically in Ybor City. You have this building that is 6 stories tall. It sits beside buildings that are much smaller, 2-story height there. So I wanted to point that out. Also within the Ybor Historic District, the maximum building height is 60 feet. So that is allowable. That's something that approaches that 5-6-story building that we're proposing. We were also asked to demonstrate how the massing and building form relate to patterns within the historic district. And here we want to point to the efforts on our part to pull the building back and sort of balance between both facades that rest right against the property line or right against the minimum setback versus pulling back and creating that rhythm. That's highlighted best by the Amelia Avenue facade with those 2 open courtyards that I mentioned, creating those 3 pillars. Also on Florida Avenue, we've got a large section of the building that recedes from Florida. It creates a really great plaza and arcade on the ground there on Florida, something that is, again, pedestrian friendly and mirrors other structures within the historic district. Setbacks. The existing buildings themselves show 0-foot setbacks. Much of our buildings do as well, particularly for the commercial thoroughfares, on the commercial thoroughfares of Florida and Columbus. This is a few shots of other historic buildings along commercial corridors, well, specifically along Florida, that show 0-foot setbacks. So we're sort of directly correlating with buildings that already exist in the district there. On the orientation in the site coverage, another item that we were asked to relate to the patterns within the historic district, the principal facades and our entrances are both oriented to the street, parallel to the street, right on it, and are made intentionally prominent. The location of our retail is also in keeping with that idea. It's oriented to leverage, these high visibility corners, street intersections, and put retail where it is most likely to be successful and where it did exist in a historic context on the corner of this block. This is just another view showing the location of our retail on Amelia in Florida. Florida Avenue historically was sort of the path out of downtown. It was commercial then, it is commercial now. These buildings have always been sort of right up on the street, parallel to the street, and that's exactly what we're proposing. So in that way, it is very similar to the historic pattern. Site coverage as well are the buildings that once occupied or, you know, may be demolished as a result of this development are complete lot coverage or near complete lot coverage developments. And that again is what we're proposing to. The orthogonal alignments, you know, this is really just another way of saying the parallel approach to the street and putting the building right up on those commercial thoroughfares. You know, that said, I mentioned before that Amelia is a narrower street, slower traffic, less commercial altogether. So with that, along with some other factors, situating the courtyards across the southern elevation just made good sense. Didn't see a need or that it would be appropriate to put a solid monolith across Amelia. So this was just a good application for a road that's, you know, less traveled, intended to be quieter. We were asked to expand on the alignment and the rhythm of the spacing of the building. Our buildings, our building on its different elevations is divided into distinct architectural rhythms, both with materiality as well as the building actually undulating, moving towards and away from the street. On Florida, specifically, it's divided into three, with a significant recess that I mentioned before that creates the plaza and the arcade. There's developments on adjacent blocks that mirror those same expressions, or the urban increment, as we call it. Diagonally across the street, you see that arcade in the plaza on that building. So again, something very proximate to our site of historic relevance that we are doing our best to emulate. We also took the opportunity on the corners to create these masonry piers that, you know, at best as we can mirror them in a development that is different, you know, very different. Residential is not, you know, a civic building, and its massing is different, but there's still an opportunity to hearken to these sort of towers that exist within the Tampa Heights and elsewhere in historic neighborhoods throughout Tampa. So we do that by popping out a module that works for residential interiors, you know, in a corner like this. It is taller, it's sits proud of the adjacent facades, the materiality is different, the openings are different. So these are our way of incorporating, I would call them tower or pier elements into a building, you know, that is residential, that is, you know, kind of meets modern needs, but has nods to these historic buildings. This is a little bit of the same point, the rhythm and the spacing that we're proposing by using the courtyards that are going to align Amelia. The historic district, in many examples, incorporates street entrances and porch projections. This is the reason for the desire on the neighborhood's part to incorporate urban stoops and walk-up units, and we've just sort of directly provided that with the units that line Amelia Avenue. I'll wrap it up by talking just briefly about precedent. You know, buildings of this scale, of its height, of this density are becoming more and more common within Tampa Heights. This slide just demonstrates within a 0.3 of a mile radius, we've got multiple developments that exhibit in all cases, greater height. You know, we are 6 stories tall. There are developments around us from 7 to 23 stories. And really even the density and the unit count, the residential unit count for what we're proposing is less. So ultimately, this is less development intensity. We think that is the appropriate use for the block. Will be extremely beneficial to the neighborhood, to both residents and advocates, as well as retail store frontage, and that we've done what we think is a pretty good job of emulating the historic character, using the massing, using architecture, materials, and things of that nature. So thank you for hearing me out, and I look forward to your questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. I believe we have somebody in the public who would like to speak on this project. When you approach, please state your name and your address, and I believe you get 3 minutes.
I'm Lee Wilson Versace. My address is 720 South Orleans Avenue, and I'm an architect, and I've served on the Barrio Latino Commission for about 10 years. I want to say that this is the massing, the scale, pretty much the project is not appropriate for this historic neighborhood, so I'm against the project. Can you see that? If I
can, and can I interrupt for one moment? What did you say your address? Are you adjacent to?
720 South Orleans Avenue. We own the 3 houses that abut and are adjacent, not even with an alley between us. This shows here that our house, that is one of the houses that we have, is greatly exaggerated in its height. This is a close-up of an aerial showing, and if you can see right there is where they're proposing that building up to those houses. So we are definitely, we're impacted economically by having this. We rent these houses and they're lovely, but what kind of privacy will these houses have? What kind of light will they have in the afternoon? I think that the building, when you look at this, it is monolithic. Cutting back to 63 feet in height is not enough. It needs to go down to about 3 stories and then be broken up a lot more. The scale of the neighborhood is minute compared to this monolith. I can show you what the view will be like for us and our tenants. That's at 20 feet, if you can, that's at 20 feet. That's at 60 feet. So we are impacted, but beyond that, I really think that it needs to, the building itself, the footprint needs to be set back. Other historic,
You have a little bit more time.
other historic neighborhoods or cities which have historic neighborhoods have a future land use that incorporates those historic districts. Tampa is lacking, and we need your help in trying to keep these monolithic things from happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, my name is Russell Versace. I'm Lee's husband, and she mentioned we own the 3 houses that are adjacent to the east side of the development. Quick background, I've renovated and rescued a number of houses, including these 3 that were all ready for demolition, and we restored them. They're darling bungalows, probably renovated 5 commercial buildings in the neighborhood, quite a few units for the last 30 years. We've been there when the going was tough. Now things are starting to pick up a little bit. And I like the people at Frameworks and their council. I know them, they do a good job. But I have a problem with some of the exaggerations that have been made through their illustrations. For example, the other buildings that they've shown in the neighborhood have streets on all four sides, with the exception of one, and it's got an alley. We don't have any of that on the side that faces the residential portion. The impact on this 89-foot tall building, 63 feet hovering over our rental properties, is enormous, and it's just inappropriate. As Lee mentioned, it needs to be stepped back. They've offered a buffer. I think they've written a 5-foot masonry wall. That's not much of a buffer when you've got a 63-foot building 15 feet away, and they're gonna put trees in there. Now you tell me how they're gonna put a tree of this size. This is what I mean by exaggerating. The trees relative to the building are these. If that building is 63 feet here, these trees are over 30 feet. You've got 15 feet to center a tree in a 15-foot wide area. That gives you 7.5 feet of canopy on either side. You're not gonna make it. It's not gonna live, it's not gonna work. This is an exaggeration. This one's even worse. This one's got about a 50-foot tree in here to kind of make it look like from the public realm, it's not too bad, but it is. It's not gonna work like the way they've got it drawn. See if there was anything else, if I've got another little minute. I'm all for progress and development similar to this. The retail, 4,500 square feet in a $90 million project, that's less than 2%, less than 2%. They can have more retail in their public space on the ground level along Florida.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public who would like to speak for or against this project? Okay, seeing none, we're going to start with questions, and for the sake of time, I just want to remind the commissioners, let's stick with questions, and we're going to have plenty of time for testimony. So with that being said, I'm going to change it up and start with Commissioner Myers.
Excuse me, Commissioners, if I may give the staff report before your questions begin? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. Staff found that this application was inconsistent with Chapter 27, 113, A2J, and that this is the same standard of review that you had for the alley vacating, that with regard to applications such as this for rezoning, you're here to determine whether it preserves the historic integrity and appearance of the district. Staff did not find that it does that. We had some conditions at the very end of the staff report on page 6 that I don't believe were addressed, so you may want to go through some of those. Some of those are just site plan notes that we would like to see on there. One particular comment that staff had was regarding a note that's on the proposed site plan for the project, which reads that the footprint of the proposed building is conceptual in nature and may be modified so long as it complies with the setbacks established in the site data table. Staff is suggesting that this note be amended to read that the setbacks and the heights shown on the site plan and elevations may be adjusted up to 10% or so for up to 25% of each building elevation during the certificate of appropriateness review process. With that, I am available if you have questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and my apologies for skipping over. All right, so we're going to move on to questions and start with Commissioner Myers.
Can you bring back the visual that shows us the buildings of comparable size? Yes. Can you point out which of these have actually been constructed, have gone through the entire review process, and are currently in existence?
I believe that would be the Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
And East Oak is under construction, yep.
Yeah, so the 7th Ave East Oak is under construction. That was one of the photos we showed as precedent for height. YMCA development is approved from an entitlements perspective. They've yet to file building permits. They're actually working on an COA for the YMCA new facility. The Gold Ring development, their building permits are filed, but I don't believe that they're yet approved.
Okay, so we're close on a number of these things, in other words, but we're not quite there yet. The YMCA redevelopment does not have a certificate of appropriateness, correct?
Correct, no, yeah, they do not, right,
And
yeah.
the Gold Ring development is outside of the district?
Correct.
Is it? Okay. The Pearl, of course, is outside the district. Okay, so the YMCA is in the district. It's going to, we'll see that again. And Seventh Avenue and East Oak was approved by this board. Am I
That's correct.
correct in that? Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Prokop?
Do you have any additional elevations that actually include correct scale adjacent properties?
For the moment, I don't have more than what I've shown. But to back up.
Okay. Because as drawn, that house is 40 feet tall. And it's a single-story bungalow. So it's
I'm not
probably
sure
maybe
about
20
40
feet tall.
Our building, you know, you follow that over. I guess you can't see my cursor. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
So there
You-
is,
You don't have accurate adjacent buildings drawn adjacent to your elevation.
well,
Is that correct? It's a question.
I'm not, I guess I'm not willing to state that or agree with it without looking at, you know, specific scale with a drawing tool and something like this. I do want to state that there's, you know, the idea obviously has been floated around that this is out of scale, but if this is a single-story home, so its roof line kind of follows right across to the top of our first floor. And, you know, of course, it has to pitch and it has to come to a point, and that only rises to the top of our second floor.
Okay, but if we're not looking at an actual drawing of the actual house or an actual photograph of the actual house adjacent, correct? It's a representation, correct?
It is a representation, but the idea that it's intentionally out of scale, I don't agree with, and that was not our intent.
Bringing up the trees. The trees are how tall? And I mean, I'm bringing this up from the standpoint of the commentary from the public commentator. You know, trees that have certain heights have certain widths. And if this is a 15-foot right-of-way, you can't have a 40-foot wide tree or a 50-foot wide tree in a 15-foot right-of-way, especially adjacent to a building.
Can I respond to that? That this does not show a 50-foot wide tree. It shows a tree that is, I'm sorry, I'm losing my cursor, but a tree that is close to the property line. So that would make it, you know, on its center, 14, 15 feet away from the building, and it would make a canopy of, you know, 25 to 28 feet in full width possible. So again, not our intent to mislead anybody, but to show, you know, the future state of these trees as they grow.
Okay. Do you believe, in your honest opinion, that the stepping down towards a single-story residential bungalow with a, what's that, 5-story adjacent structure 15 feet or so away from the property line is honoring, I guess, the neighborhood's scale and massing?
In this specific context, you know, right beside this single-story building, we have done, you know, what is feasible, what we do think is beneficial, an actual needle mover. A difference between 5 and 6 stories and, you know, 24 feet in height beside this adjacent building. In the larger context of what is appropriate for Florida Avenue in Tampa Heights and the historic district, I think with our presentation that I demonstrated that I do believe it's appropriate.
But this isn't Florida Avenue, correct? This isn't Florida Avenue elevation here.
That's true.
Okay.
Mhm.
In your presentation, you showed a whole number of a number of commercial buildings or other buildings in the historic district that have 0 lot lines, including the 2-story building catty corner on the northwest corner of the intersection here, that have 0 setbacks to the property lines and are front street fronting. All of those buildings were either 1-story or 2-story, correct? In
the
your examples
presentation,
of
that's-
proving that you're meeting the historic pattern in your presentation, to meet the historic pattern, you were showing 0 lot line buildings, and all of them were 1-story or 2 stories, correct? That's it right there.
That's correct. I'll add that this request, the scope was limited to setbacks. Are there setbacks
On that
equal to
criteria.
0 feet?
On that criteria, right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And
that's
it's to
the reason for the
maintain
response. Mhm.
the historic district, to prove the historic district commercial pattern, and that you're matching that pattern of setbacks. But all of those buildings are only 1 or 2 stories, correct?
That's a fact, yeah.
Okay. Do you have your building elevations overlaid with the existing historic buildings that were there, or that are still there on that corner? Do you have those elevations?
I don't have that graphic, no.
Okay. Because, I mean, continuing, you've used the phrase historic proportions and historic character in your presentation. I haven't seen anything that shows historic buildings and historic proportions in relationship to this building, into the building that's being presented in front of us. It's basically a block with minor recesses in it. Can you give me an answer on this? On Florida Avenue, I see that there's, I guess, 3 different levels back from the street. Is that correct?
Primarily 3.
Okay. Can you tell me what the differences are on the elevation between those facades?
You mean the
How far
difference?
back each facade is from the other facade?
This arcade looks to me, just off the cuff, probably about a 8 to 10 foot recess.
On the elevations that you had up before?
If you could see my cursor,
I see
looking
that.
at this jog. and then you have sort of a mirror on the opposite side with that arcade.
Can we go back to the elevation that you showed, please? Okay. In this elevation, it appears like there are 5, there's a left side, then a left middle, and then a middle, and then a right middle, right middle, and then a right side. Where do those jogs occur?
I didn't quite follow the lead up, but
Okay,
I think I got the crux of it.
This elevation is showing, do you have your architect here?
I do, but I think I can answer the question.
Okay.
You want to know where the building jogs?
I'm seeing 5 different
Yeah.
divisions in the elevations here, and where are the jogs and how deep are the jogs?
So first off, the site plan that I showed is a ground level view, so it's not a great representation of what happens
Correct,
above.
that's why I'm asking for
But-
the elevations.
Okay, getting there. The vertical lines that you see across this elevation represent breaks or undulations in the building of varying depths. Something like this, sorry, let me find it again, is a relatively, shallow jog that might be 18 to 24 inches or something like that to create that shadow line. I talked already about the jog for this recessed portion, probably in the 8 to 10 foot range. And then you've got other jogs above entrances. As the building rises, you can see how that shadow is cast. That one's
I see
somewhere
that.
in the middle.
I'm an architect. I'm asking for specific dimensions of what kind of undulation and how far back do these buildings sit, and is there any stepping back? Is there any, there doesn't seem to be any reflection of the historic buildings that were there, the historic building catty corner to it, or the residential neighborhood immediately adjacent. And yet, you brought up historic proportions all the time. Where are the historic proportions?
Proportions that I'm referring to, in many cases, have to do with openings, ground level openings, the storefronts, the entrances, these arched openings. But also, vertically, I am talking about the difference in materiality. We've created kind of a single story, we talk about the single story buildings in the district, differentiator, a bottom that is beside the middle, that is beside the top as you walk up the building. So that, horizontal datum across the top of the ground floor where you have very different materiality in openings, in details. That's a nod to these 1 and 2-story buildings that you're referring to. And I could say the same thing about this corner here, where it's separated by banding and it's got an awning across the top of that first floor.
I see that. That's,
Yeah.
okay.
So that's where I'm going with the
All right.
proportion comment.
Is the arcade, would you anticipate an arcade being, yeah. Would you anticipate an arcade could be added and designed to the entire Florida Avenue street front and the entire Amelia street front? We're being asked to look at rezoning here with limitations. I guess I'll pass. I'll let everybody else have some questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Great, thank you. Good evening. Let's go back to, I have a number of questions that might jump around on some of your visuals, so why don't we start with, what is the max height allowed for this site? Maybe that's a staff question.
What's PD?
Oh, may not apply.
Yeah, it's a PD, so
Okay.
it's set.
Thanks.
Well, we can ask what the current zoning height is.
You can, that's a different question.
Yeah.
You could. So can you walk me back through what, we talked about the functionality of service delivery and the movement of vehicular, non-resident vehicles, traffic coming in and out. What's happening at you talked about it happening at 2. What's happening there for deliveries, waste pickup?
Sure. That's a service drive. It's going to be sort of
Two
signage.
is?
Sorry?
Two-
Number
two?
2.
Okay.
Yes, yes. The signage is going to state that residents, as best as we control, will be prohibited from using it. Trucks, whether moving trucks or trash trucks can pull in, kind of use this width to turn so that the rear of the truck is facing this loading area and sort of back into it. It will be even easier for westbound traffic on Columbus to pull in here and obviously go straight in and then back up. So there will be overhead doors, if you can see my cursor, on these walls. And then beyond those overhead doors, you have sort of loading docks and a trash compactor, things like that.
And this is is this like a drop-off area? This is your main lobby area?
No, our main lobby
No. Is along Florida?
is along Florida. And we're gonna have
So-
sort of an internal access to that as well. That's what this, this stair and this ADA ramp represent, the entrance to the leasing lobby from the garage. But we also anticipate people are gonna walk in
How
from
many-
Florida.
Sure. How many floors of parking? Is it a single, or you garaged up? What are we looking at?
Yeah, it's a garage, I wanna say it's 6 stories. It's 6 stories.
So it's the entirety of the interior of the building?
That's right.
Your units are all just surrounding it?
It's enveloped in units, and you can see that on this, well, on any elevation, but this is the only area really from Columbus where it's exposed. In other words, not lined with apartments, but it will be screened.
Okay. Staying there, for the storefronts, is it, I assume the lobby main entrance area is where the palms are? Retail is to the north, is it also to the south?
That's right.
So it's the entirety of Florida, with the exception of those 4 windows where the palm trees are?
Not quite, and the lines are a little bit faint, but the retail, the edge of the retail is this line, if you can see my cursor. So this whole corner box, and the southern edge of the retail is this line, so it's this corner box here.
Okay, so it's really not
So the chunk, the center chunk
it's really just.
of the space,
It's really just the corners.
it's the corners, that's right.
What is the percentage of the retail that's proposed as a percentage of the whole?
As a percentage of gross square footage, I can approximate that. It's about 1.6%.
Okay,
Now, that is of the gross square footage, corridors and apartments, of a 246,000 square foot building. 4,000 square feet equates to 1.6%.
got it, thank you. And back to the setback, the eastern side setback. So you're describing a 15-foot setback with recognition of residential neighbors abutting right up to that. Is there consideration for a larger setback and the ability to do more in that space to buffer those homes and to really reflect, I don't know whether it's a buffer or, I guess there's 3 things going on. Either an increased buffer, a more dramatic down scaling, or additional or modified treatment within the space really all of it with an eye toward mitigating the impact on the residential area.
Mhm. Of course, there were considerations on our part to do what we could. And this is where we landed, and to just talk about the different factors at play. You know, with our proposal, 246,000 square feet is the most gross building area that we can build. So our challenge becomes, how do we do that in the most efficient building? Because that's gross square footage. It's not net rentable square footage. It's not income producing square footage. So it's a balance. Also, our challenge was to create usable courtyards, as I mentioned before. So when we talk about increasing the setback, where the consequence is that you shrink those courtyards down to widths that are less than ideal, you know, less functional, less comfortable. We also, when you shrink the building horizontally, as it's shown here, you're cutting down on the efficiency of the garage. It needs to grow taller. Dropping the building lower than 5 stories along this elevation is troublesome, because that massing, that square footage, has to go somewhere. Because again, for this to be economically viable, we have to maximize the square footage of the build out. If I pick that up and I drop it onto another section of the building and it grows to 7 stories, I'm into a new criteria of code, of high-rise code, a new construction type. It just completely tips the scales of the cost of the build. It was mentioned that this is a $90 million build. It's more than that, frankly. So we're on the edge of what we know is doable, what is financeable.
So go ahead.
Yeah, the accommodations that we've made, the 15-foot setback, the drop in the building, are a product of a lot of pushing and pulling and doing our best to accommodate. And, you know, our neighbors have spoken here tonight. I agree with the sentiment. You know, we have a good mutual relationship. We've met specifically about this. And, you know, at the end of the day, we just got to a point where, you know, I'm honestly less than comfortable with dropping the building and creating that complexity, but I'm doing it, and I understand that they're less than comfortable as well. So, kind of the...
Understood. A couple of more questions. So on the precedent slide, I think we've asked a couple of questions about it, but I did find it a little misleading that it does not layer the historic zone over that. So some of those are in the zone, some are out of the zone. I think the treatment is incredibly different. So I think it's problematic to view them all as precedent. I would only view those that are within the district as precedent. And then for the staff's report, the conditions, staff reflected that it was not clear that all of these items had been met. Can you validate which have been met and which have not, and what the status of those are?
So the first one is note number 3.
Where's the note?
Was that a question for me? I thought
Yeah,
sorry, I thought that was a question for staff.
Well,
Well,
if
so,
staff knows the answer, but
well, it changes sometimes when they get here. So can
Okay,
you
so
pull
the-
up your note number 3?
I think the question I'm asking is, there's conditions laid out here. Are you in agreement with them? Do they exist with respect to what's been presented here today, or have they not been responded to and they remain open, or perhaps you're not in agreement with them?
Clarification.
I think this is what the note is referring to.
Amend general note 3 to read that the setbacks and heights shown on the site plan and elevations may be adjusted up to 10% for up to 25% of each building elevation during the C of A review process.
So was there a reason this note wasn't changed after meeting with staff?
These are the revised plans that are in with the city, so we can add that to the revision sheet to be corrected during readings, but the revised site deadline is passed. This note number 3 on the plans is one that we've included on every PD plan. It's like stock language, but if there is concern about that, we're happy to work with Dennis and Elaine to make that, either remove it or make it something that they're comfortable with.
Okay,
Yeah, that was not just specific to this project, so.
okay.
That's fine. I just want to be respectful that staff has laid out a number of comments here, and it's unclear whether you're in agreement with them or not.
Right.
Okay. And then, last is, do you have a visual that pans back to see the rest of the areas, north, south, west and northwest? What are the other properties around?
I think our precedent aerial is probably the best representation of what you're looking for.
This shows a little bit too. I mean, this is a bit more zoomed in.
Yeah, that's
if you
too
wanna
far
use
back.
this.
Maybe
We've heard
immediate
from
adjacency.
we've heard from the neighbors to the, so can you just run us through what the uses are in the perimeter, the immediate perimeter around you? It looks like a parking lot across the way,
Yeah,
but is that a?
I guess they're not across right away.
They're not,
but,
okay.
Yeah. And this is
Yeah,
not
to the
over
best,
there.
to the best of my knowledge, to our east, we have the single-family homes. There is also a cell tower on the block. To our north, what look like a couple single-family homes and in a commercial parking lot. To our west, I know there's a bike shop there, and then specifically on that corner, it appears that there's a surface parking lot. Whether or not that's acceptable or compliant is questionable. And then a smaller scale commercial building to our west.
What's catty corner across the northwest?
That's the historic building. I've got a photograph of it. It's basically a 2-story kind of commercial building.
Okay, all right, that's great.
Historic commercial building, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. A couple of questions. Let's stay on this one. In the description of what you're asking for, one of your requests is to reduce the percentage of trees preserved on the site from 50% to 0%. How many trees are on the site?
Not many.
Just in this picture, the canopy looks pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that specific number. It's, at first glance, it looks like it's probably less than 15. I mean, that tree canopy,
Okay.
I think for the most part, is a single tree.
Okay. The garage. You stated that the garage is surrounded by apartments except for a little bit on the north side on Florida Avenue.
That's right.
Is that where all the venting is gonna happen? And my question.
Not all the venting, no.
Okay,
It will
so
be
is it-
mechanically vented.
In the discharge point, my question comes to, and I know we will get into the nitty-gritty later on at a different date, but specifically, I'm interested in the east side. Are we gonna have any utilities bumping out on the east side?
Is this in relation to the garage exhaust question or just utilities in general?
Let's say both.
Okay. If I could go back to the PowerPoint presentation.
Sure.
I'm not sure who's driving. I can't find the presentation button at this point, but we have integrated utility rooms on the northeast corner within the building. So that's a little difficult to see, but that's a large-scale proposed electrical room, water room. You know, this is where we intend to house things like transformers and water meters. Your question about garage exhaust, there will be some amount of ventilation afforded by the openings that I showed from the Columbus elevation. But also, it'll need to be mechanically vented, and I imagine it would exhaust sort of straight up.
Okay. So let's talk about scale and articulation on this whole thing. Because again, I'm not worried about materials or the niceties, if you will, at this point. The rezoning that you're asking for, you're going to PD, so you can basically make your own rules in regards to height and setbacks and articulation. You're an experienced developer. This is not your first plan that you're presenting to us. So it's not a grand tree, but you do have single-family residential. You must have looked at some scenarios where it was going to be a condition to bring that side down in scale.
As I mentioned before, we worked through the iterations that involved, you know, granting more space or dropping the building closer to that. That's true, yeah.
Okay, and none of them worked. This project is not economically feasible on any other scenario than what you're showing us today.
Not in a way that we were comfortable with.
Okay. All right. So if you didn't get PD and you went with a standard zoning that would allow for multifamily, what would the setback be from the property line at the height that you're asking for?
You guys check me on this, but I believe it's 0 feet,
The side setback.
but the side setback is 7 feet. The side
So,
setback.
so from a multifamily to a single family in like a Euclidean zoning, you would only need 7 feet. So you're actually giving us a bigger buffer with the PD. Is that what you're saying?
That's true.
And we're confident that that's accurate. Because a 63-foot building against a single-family residential and only having 7 feet,
So there's two zoning, St. Thomas Development Coordination. This lot has two different zoning districts on it. It has
That's
the CI zoning and the RM24. Both of them have different height requirements. The CI has a max building height of 45 feet, and then the RM24 has a max building height of 60 feet. But there is a caveat to that. For every foot that you go over 35 feet, you must step back an additional foot.
that's right.
So I can't do that math off the top of my head, but
And that question's not for you, it's really for the applicant. So where I'm getting at is you're coming for a PD, and I'm always curious of what are the requirements that you're asking to be waived for your PD? And in this case, scale and massing are the two big issues. So what are you asking us to give you with this PD rezoning? We're giving you a waiver from how much setback to this 15 feet?
Something different from.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. So just to clarify, since it is a PD, it's technically not a waiver. You're allowed to set your own height and setbacks, but
I
a
understand
deviation
that.
from what the
So
general zoning
that's
district would be.
semantics, but what I'm asking for is if you didn't have a PD and you had a standard zoning that would allow for a building of this many stories, you would fall under a tiered setback over a certain height, which would result, right? You understand what I'm saying? And what you're asking for, you're coming to us with something saying, I want this. So all I'm asking for is, what is it that we're giving away in regards to height and setback?
From what I gather, we're asking to move away from that, you know, starting with a 7-foot setback, and then I think I heard the setback increases 1 foot for every 35 feet the building rises. I believe that's what I heard.
St. Thomas Development Coordination. So for every 1 foot above 35 feet, you must step back an additional foot.
Exactly. 1 to 1. Okay. So you would be stepping back If you're gonna go to 60, whatever that was on the 5-story, you would be stepping back another 27 feet, 25 feet, whatever it is. So that's a pretty big waiver we're asking for.
On top of the 7. So it would be
Yeah.
a 32-foot setback.
So,
Okay, I follow you, yes.
right? So that's all. I'm just trying to clarify that to see what the zoning would really allow for. And I understand the need for PDs, and I understand you're asking for the most you can get. I just want to know what the differential is. That's where I'm coming from. Same thing with the trees. So the trees serve a purpose. You are asking for the golden goose of development, which is a blank lot. You should be able to do something nice with a blank lot. The question is getting rid of those trees, is that really beneficial for the community? And I look at that and it has come up from the public that this height is gonna be out of scale next to a single-family residential. And to make it out of scale, we're also taking out very big trees. So it seems to be counterintuitive that why would we do one so that we could create a separate problem? So I'm asking you again, your consultants, was this not an option that we looked at, that the trees may not come out and that you might have to go with standard zoning? And one more time, that didn't work? We don't have any sketches of that as an option?
We do have that tree. Yep. We have the existing trees overlaid within this courtyard
I don't know if we have
exhibit.
that. I was just gonna show the landscape plan, but,
Okay.
so we're only requesting a waiver for the removal of one non-hazardous grand tree, which is located within the courtyard, but we feel that it's a conservative request in the event that the tree doesn't survive.
Where is it
construction.
located on this exhibit?
I believe it's this one. I can hear.
It would be the other courtyard.
Oh.
It would be, right about in the location of that tree.
And that's the tree that's showing up on that aerial?
This is not meant to show the existing tree.
No, I understand that.
That's what I was looking for there.
Okay, this
Yep.
is what we want to look at.
Yep.
Okay. So you're asking for the request of removing one, and the other ones will get removed under what mechanism?
So we have a waiver requested for tree retention, which covers all other trees with the exception of grands. So if you're removing a non-hazardous grand, you have to request that as a separate waiver.
Okay, so I misunderstood what you said about one.
Yeah, so we're just removing one non-hazardous grand tree, but you are correct in that we are requesting a tree retention waiver to remove the other on-site trees and replace them with these other trees.
So how many trees if this goes through, how many trees are you asking to be removed?
Let me find the chart.
And it seems like they're all located right against the adjacent use where we have a potential scale issue.
Okay, so let me do some adding here. Roughly 22 from me counting from this table.
Okay.
You can see this.
So
Yeah,
pretty-
and those vary in different times. I mean, a lot of those are palmettos and, trees that aren't necessarily preservation worthy.
You have an arborist report that shows that, or?
These are prepared by an arborist.
Oh, I'm
He's
just saying
just
that last comment that they're not preservation worthy.
Oh, that's just in coordination with Natural Resources Department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Going back to your elevation, you're showing some, it looks like outside patios on the 5th floor, 6th floor. Is that all private residential patio, or is any of that public space?
That is mostly private. If I could pull that back up. Mostly private.
Mostly. So what's the public part?
You could call it pseudo-public. This will be an elevated amenity terrace for use by the residents.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so it's common area.
common
Okay.
area.
So then the ones that you're showing in the center and to the east are for an individual unit?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And are there any other ones that I'm not missing or that I'm not seeing? I didn't see any on the north, but I may have missed them.
Let's take No, these are the ones that are wrapping from Amelia. And you've got another kind of module here.
Okay. And then you're not showing any street trees along Florida Avenue. I'm assuming this is in the Tampa Heights Overlay District, and that's required? This may just be an artistic
Yeah, you know, I'm not,
license here.
yeah, but I'm not completely sure about the overlay
Okay.
district question. Our intent is to install street trees around the site. And you're right that we once had them shown, but it was sort of obstructing what's
Sure.
going on with the storefront, so we removed them just for visual purposes, but yeah,
I know how that
we've made
works.
that commitment.
So let's talk a little bit about the zoning. You've got you're proposing a single PD for everything, is that right? Okay. But currently, there's two different zonings. So there's no mandate that the entitlements that you get, they can go anywhere on the site. And they can go all the way up to that height. And I believe your testimony was that height, you picked that height because you didn't want to go to high-rise construction.
Yeah, I think that's all accurate, yeah.
Tyler Hudson, for the record. To state it most simply, you're recommending approval or denial of a volume, a three-dimensional volume space.
Right.
And prior to any building permits being issued, you all will have to approve, not recommend, actually approve the design of that volume. So it's a maximal volume being approved. It could be below, it's not going to be outside of that.
Right.
But as far as being shifted around the site, all within the volume, the three-dimensional volume, we're seeking your recommendation of approval of.
So I'm glad you brought that up. You see where I'm going with my last comment. I want to make sure we're all very clear of how this is going to morph through the design process. It's one thing to say, we approve 246,000 square feet, and we can then manipulate it at a later time, but I'm not positive that's what we're approving.
So I think that speaks to one of the conditions that staff's requested, and this is not an uncommon one in the historic districts, is that while we are getting a volume approved, it's not as rigid as it perhaps would be outside a historic district. It's more malleable to the extent of 10% of the setbacks, for example, can change, for up to 25% of the face of an exterior. And that's, the goal of that is to afford this commission deference at the stage of the certificate of appropriateness to impose articulation and not have the applicant say, oh, sorry, PD's locked it in, can't do anything. That's precisely the reason behind the condition that staff's requested.
Well, and when I see that condition, I think of 10%, meaning the 5 stories can only increase by 10%. Does it work in the opposite, where it only goes down 10%?
Yeah, I mean, you can condition your approval of the certificate of appropriateness on, reduction. I mean, it's for the reductions. I've never seen a situation where in the C of A, y'all give us more space to deal with.
I understand that.
Yeah, it goes both ways. And again, the purpose of that is, is to avoid a situation where an applicant could say, Tough Cookies ARC, the PD locked in this shape and it's made out of titanium and you can't do anything. So there is an ability to, bend those setbacks further in, which obviously results in a loss of space. And that would be made more specific at the C of A stage.
Got it.
And that condition is an attempt, an imperfect one, but I think the best available to afford the commission some measure of comfort that you have an ability to change what it looks like, aside just saying more bricks there.
Understood. Commissioner Myers?
I have a quick question for staff. The 3 residential units on the east side of the site are contributing to the historic district?
Yes, Elaine Lund, those properties are contributing. They were relocated from Amelia Avenue within the historic district and had to be redesignated as contributing following their relocation to Morgan Street, but yes, that was done.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, all right. That finishes up questions, so the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal if you would like.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive for the record. I know Nick has a couple of points to share. Let me get a lot going on here. Share one here. I think someone talked about the turn of the last century. I think it was Commissioner Myers. So at some point 100 years ago, someone built a building at what was the edge of Tampa. It was this area now we call the Historic District. And you fast forward to 1995, and that's when Dennis and his team and others filed an application to the Department of Interior to create the Tampa Heights Local Historic District, right? You see on screen, this really notes what the context of that area is. The majority of which are single-family dwellings. The most numerous building type in the district is bungalow. Few historic apartment buildings in the district. Historically, very little commercial construction. To the extent that there's a sense that we detect perhaps on your side of the dais of grasping and trying to find its historic precedents, there's zero in the district. This is a thing of a different nature. The population of this zip code increased 232% in the last decade. It's an intersection of two arterial roads. There is no precedent there's no pervasive precedent in the historic district for buildings that meet the appropriate density for an intersection like this. The reason it's been undeveloped for decades is because of the current zoning, and perhaps the magnitude of the change that you see relative to what's on the ground now versus what's being proposed, that's commensurate with the deficiencies of a zoning code. The PD is, trust me, not a decision that anyone wants to do. This is not an easy process to have 5 applications and to spend the amount of work that this developer has. But I think it's important to set the table a little bit here, that this is a historic district for which the pervasive development type is bungalow. And I think I'm not an architect. I have no spatial reasoning ability, and you don't want me to design things. But the question really is, can you accommodate an appropriate amount of density with materiality, articulation, design elements that honor what was there? But the houses that Lee and Russ beautifully restored and brought, those were somewhere else. They were in the district. I'm not saying they vanished out of thin air, but they were brought there in 2015. You can tell the entire story of how Tampa Heights has changed in this block, where you're bringing homes from somewhere else and improving them and making beautiful homes for 3 people across from Tampa Heights Elementary School. And you have this overgrown parking lot that serves a cigar bar. That's what's there now. And buildings for which this commission, we believe, correctly approved a demolition. This is an appropriate land use change, and that's exactly what your charge is. Is it a reasonable land use change, knowing that you have significant design authority when this were to come through for a certificate of appropriateness? But we're starting with a historic district that is primarily single-family homes, and I think that bears consideration in your decision-making this evening. So with that, Nick has a few points.
I think Tyler mostly covered it and covered it well. I just wanted to make a few final points. While we are removing 22 existing trees, many of those are unkempt. They are species that don't serve much value, honestly, to the neighborhood, and we're replacing them with primarily street trees within grates in the sidewalk that offer shade and beautification of the neighborhood, and then also within our courtyards. So at the end of the day, our count of new plantings is going to far exceed what we're removing. And then lastly, the architecture that we've proposed tonight in the massing and all the talk of articulation and courtyards, and ultimately paying homage to what was there. It was an extremely thoughtful process, and it's a product of a great deal of back and forth and engagement on our part with the neighborhood. And overall, we've received resounding support. And I think that will become evident in future hearings as we continue to go through our process. Actually, encouragement to increase the size of the building in many cases, add units, add height, go for more aggressive rezoning or comprehensive plan changes. So our view is shared in most places that we look within the neighborhood, that something akin to what we're proposing is maximizing this block and building a vertical mixed-use development on this commercial thoroughfare at this important intersection does make great sense for this neighborhood. So that's why we're proposing it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation. With that, we're going to close the public hearing and start discussion. Oh, staff.
Just one point. For your three recommendations, I want to just encourage you to craft motions for city council that represent the viewpoints that you want to convey to them. You spent a lot of time discussing very relevant points this evening, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to the motion that you craft and then transmit to city council. So whether that is to approve or to deny, specify your reasons why and what you want to see as this process moves forward, because this is a recommendation and city council may not necessarily incorporate your recommendation into its decision. So just a reminder and encouragement for the three recommendations that you're going to consider.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Okay, let's start discussion.
Sure, thank you. So I think generally the sense of having a residential, a mixed use, I should say, concept here to bring more vitality to the historic district is a positive one. And the general concepts presented, I think are going in the right direction, but I'm very mindful of the impact to the adjacent neighbors, the choices that have been made resulting in the density, those inputs at Amelia, which bring a certain breakup to the scale along Amelia, but then, according to the testimony, force the building to be pushed to its full extent farther east. So, you know, without us getting into the nitty-gritty of the design, it's a big building. It's the request in its concept will provide for a large building, and the reduction of it by 10% is helpful, but I don't know if it gets us there. So I think that the trees are always an issue, but I think there's an argument to be made for the overgrowth that is in existence and the ability to replace with trees that will bring more value to the walkability areas, the sidewalks, and so on. I think the chair raised a really interesting point about what it could be versus what it's being proposed to be in terms of relative to that setback for further consideration. So generally the concept of a mixed-use space here, I'm sorry, one thing, I don't know if it's in our purview, I don't think it is, but that notion of the retail percentage relative to the, seems very low, and the notion of serving 200 plus, being able to make it more walkable because the services are provided more conducive to the space is one that would be a driver. And I know it impacts the economics of the building itself, but those are some of the things I'm struggling with. I like the concept of a mixed-use building in this space. I like the concept of density in this space. The particulars of how we get there feels a little problematic.
I agree with a lot of things. My fellow Commissioner said, I think it's very problematic that there be 5-story immediately adjacent to residential, and especially if they had to follow current zoning, they'd be having to set back 32 feet from the residential property by my calculations. I think we have great precedent here to be able to give ourselves much more design flexibility when it comes to, when they come in front of us for their actual design. We have to keep in mind, we had the same argument with one of the other with the Ellison Development Project, the YMCA development, that we have to keep in mind that this is a historic district, you know, and it has a traditional historic scale. And there's a reason for that. And just because they bought land that happens to be in a historic district doesn't mean that they can go up to 6 stories, basically property line to property line, and say we're doing, that's compatible scale. I think there's very strong argument to make that this building could be scaled down towards the residential neighborhood considerably more, perhaps even saving the Grand Oak.
It's a non-grand.
Oh, it's a non-grand?
Right.
Okay. I would like to see it stepping down towards the residential side of the development to no more than 3 stories in massing. To actually possibly even relocate that alley from the middle of the property to between the residential and the commercial property. I think I'd like to see an increase in the retail percentage 200, 300, 400%. You know, all along Florida Avenue could possibly be all retail.
We don't do usage, you know, I mean.
Okay, right, okay. We're talking mass scale, okay. I think there's considerable massing carving that we can give ourselves, and we could even write in a much higher percentage of variability once it comes to, as opposed to just 10%, write in a much higher percentage than 10% in the flexibility and changing the mass and the setbacks on certain sides of the building. Because as much as they presented that we are not handicapped and that we're not handcuffed by what we approved today, we are. Those courtyards, by the way, on Amelia, nothing is going to grow in there. They're going to be in shadow 90% of the time, until, except maybe between 11 and 1. That's the only time they're going to see any sun in there. I also had a question. I don't know if we can, I don't want to open up anything again, but they mentioned the 246,000 gross. Did that include the parking garage area, or was that gross?
He used gross.
Conditioned space? But I don't know. I should have asked that question. I had a bunch of notes and a whole bunch of circles. I think what's missing is pedestrian scale relationship to streets. You know, even Florida Avenue, 3 stories maybe most, and then a setback because of the pedestrian scale and nature of other historic buildings. Even the church that's right north of them, that is the cigar bar. Yes, it has a tower, but the nave is just 2 stories, you know? I think we could request a lot in massing and setbacks and scale to the betterment of the district, the neighborhood, Florida Avenue, commercial corridor.
Okay.
I'd like to see us do it.
All right, Commissioner Myers.
Certainly, we need to include in our approval or denial, if we should vote to approve, we should add all of the conditions listed on the staff report, with the exception of the printed site plan, but that we amend General Note 3 that it should be up to 25% change rather than just 10%. And then there are minor sort of Tampa concerns about granite curbs. We need all that. We need to know the building footprint setbacks on the site plan and at each story. That is absolutely crucial, certainly before it comes back to us. But our recommendation, should we approve it, to City Council, I feel, must include greater appreciation of the residential to the east. And I would also point out that if one is making a case, one could certainly make a case for changing the elevation when it gets next to the cell phone tower. And that lot seems to be quite large. There are only 3 houses in that block. So there's a couple of opportunities there where when the proposal becomes more particular, it can open up greater possibilities for minor increases and decreases that will mean a lot to people as you go forward.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Nope, that's.
I was curious, we didn't even discuss what impact a building like this might have on the cell phone tower.
Wasn't a big concern.
It's not.
Nobody cares?
It is not a historic cell phone tower.
It is not a historic, I understand. No, but I'm just surprised it didn't come up, even in conversation amongst city staff, but that's a privately owned entity.
So
I think we could go, if staff suggests, or if the typical is 10% and the staff suggests, we talked about even it being more, I think we need to leave it ourselves,
Well, I think, again, with a recommendation, I think more specific is better.
Yes.
And that is an additive to give a little bit more flexibility. But if
Right.
I'm hearing 3 stories on the east, I've heard 3 stories along Florida Avenue, Amelia, but I believe there's some residential to the southeast. I'm not for sure, but I'm pretty sure there is.
There's some across
But
Columbus to the
point
north, yeah.
being is, I think you could make a motion, the recommendation that a specific story, which is compatible, and I thought their council made an excellent point that it is mostly bungalows, so that to me was a selling point of, it doesn't need to be 6 stories tall. Is right up
Right.
against that. It
Right.
needs to be lower and then can tear us
Right.
up.
And
So-
everything is not desirable to a developer.
Yeah, exactly. So what
Besides
I'm-
a big block.
So what I'm hearing is from a massing and a setback, or, excuse me, from a massing standpoint, we need to be specific about the 4 streets, the height, and then how far it sets back. Then there's a buffer issue. I don't believe anybody has a concern with the 0 setback on Florida or Columbus. And frankly, on the site plan, was there I didn't see a dimension of what the setback was off of Amelia. I don't think it was 0, but unless the stoop started at 0. But, again, if the height is right, I have less concern about that. But the setback, the buffer on the east is problematic, the way they have it right now. And it's artistic license, which we know from experience.
Happens.
We do that, right. The question is 15 on the ground level acceptable, or do we need to go to 20? We need to have a 6-foot masonry wall or fence, because that is just bare minimum when you have different uses.
Yeah, different zones, yeah.
So I think we just need to talk about that, and then do we need to integrate articulation comments? And again, I think those can be, we want to give a little bit of guidance, but I think those are going to be tougher to include.
We are complaining a lot. I feel like it is a better than average package. that we have been presented. But it is still very large.
Yeah,
And I think that it needs to step down more than it does.
And the last thing, it is a grand tree, and I have a problem with asking for Roy to remove the grand tree. It doesn't have to stay in that exact spot. We relocate them all the time, but it needs to stay
Grand trees
outside.
are a little harder to move than most, but, I mean, you have much more knowledge than that than I do.
We've done 5 of them at UT.
Yeah.
If you have
Yeah.
if you have the will, you can do it.
Yeah.
But you talk about a fabric and the bungalows, and that's what makes a lot of these neighborhoods nice, is the tree canopy. And again, I just,
I
for the
know.
life of me, don't understand why we would approve taking it out so that we could create a problem with scale and massing. And that's what trees do, is they reduce the scale and massing. So I don't know why we would take that out. But I don't care if they move
don't
it
know
closer
why-
to the property line,
I
that'd be
don't know why
fine.
we tear down historic buildings on corners either.
That's different. Okay, so I turned my back on you and I apologize.
It's okay, it's the curvature of the table.
Exactly.
This goes with the chair. Hey, I just had a couple of questions procedurally, so just to reiterate, so staff found this inconsistent, and if we proceed with a recommendation inclusive of a wide range of conditions, that would be contrary to staff. I understand it happened. Alternatively, if we recommend a denial, it does not impede the applicant from proceeding. The applicant would proceed and carry a recommendation of denial. Okay. I thought so it strikes me that we're all struggling. There's a general sentiment of support, with the exception of the challenge of the massing and size running up against the neighbors. Very interesting thought of relocating the alley there to further mitigate. But if the conditions were to entail some minimum setback, if that's within our purview, or even a partial setback, so the idea of Columbus and Florida, they're commercial corridors. I don't have any issue with the massing, even some of the pedestrian, but it sort of begs for that density aspect. But as you move further east, and particularly to the southeast, is where we run into the existing neighbors. So if the configuration were such that it could save the tree, create more buffer, if there's I'm not going to design it from here, but those are the challenges that we're struggling with. And I think all the ideas that were presented here made sense.
Okay, I think we're getting to a point.
Somebody's got to take notes. Taking notes, Dan?
I'm beginning my notes.
I would propose also from an urban design standpoint of, the sidewalks on the major commercial thoroughfares be covered. Be similar to you could build over them, but there'd be a pedestrian arcade along Florida and.
Yeah, but are we going outside of our?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's setbacks, massing, that's part of massing, but,
Dana Collier from the City Attorney's Office. That's a DOT right-of-way that will be controlled by the state.
There you go.
the sidewalk on the property?
The Florida Avenue that you were referring to is
Yes.
DOT.
I understand, but we're not talking about anything over DOT property. We're talking
No.
about on the private property.
Sidewalk is right away.
Yeah, the sidewalk, I understood the sidewalk was in the right-of-way.
And I would point out that I believe that they showed their sidewalks wider than simply the right-of-way, but also
Right,
like
they
an
did.
additional.
They did.
And you would like, once it gets once it gets within the property
On the private
line,
property line to be
to be
covered.
covered.
So when this comes back to you for design, if at that point in time you can discuss the specifics on the
But that has to
design.
do with the setbacks.
But yes, you can, definitely, you can do a recommendation for approval with conditions to city council, and then they can approve it as they see fit.
We can't, and because this isn't, should we vote to deny, we don't get to turn around and say, and when you approve this, we have, we would suggest these conditions.
It still comes back to us.
Yeah, that's true, but you're looking at the conditions that are in the staff report and how you preserve those at this time, correct? They would just become recommendations to council that your recommendation sounds like would be to deny the project to council, but you can still ask them to consider the conditions, even if you deny it,
Well, okay, thank you for that
as it comes
clarification.
back to you.
So am I hearing, I was getting the gist that we were not heading towards denial.
And I was trying to couch my comments in that we could go either way,
Okay.
right? Particularly since it gives us more, I believe that approval with conditions gives us a little bit more standing than denial and.
Right. And again, I'm not trying to.
A denial with conditions, that kind of,
I
but if.
agree, I agree.
I find a little strange.
So I guess what I'm trying to do is if we can, if we think we're heading down the approval with conditions, let's lay out these conditions. Which, what I was hearing, just for sake of ease, was a maximum of 3 stories against existing single-family homes. And then preservation of the Grand Oak on site, give some flexibility. 6-foot masonry wall against single-family homes, or we could say the entire eastern buffer. The question is the height along Florida Avenue. You had expressed interest in.
Yeah. Because, similar to Ybor City, there's a historic scale that can be accomplished by couching taller property, taller volumes, recessed back from the street with a clear cornice, that respects a historic scale that's always been there along that city, street front.
Right, understand.
I think we could couch that very clearly in a 3-story, 0 lot line volume on street fronts.
Okay.
And then a proportional step back above 3 stories per floor that we could agree to, a number, 10 foot?
I think that's a little fussy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, from
I
a
thought
design point of view.
we'd already discussed it,
We'd already-
it had been brought up that there'd be a per story setback?
I don't know if it was gonna be a per story.
That's,
Okay.
Yeah.
that's in the more residential portion of the zoning.
On the eastern side?
Yeah, we did not, yes. we're gonna
On the
assume it's-
residential side, could there be a per story setback on the eastern side, so not to cut off
Yeah.
as much light and provide,
How are we gonna word that?
what do you think, Carol?
I don't necessarily support the 3-story max on the commercial corridor.
Four?
I was okay with the 6, but I'm okay with the commercial corridors having intense
But it's a historic district, and
Understood.
historically, there were no six-story, you know, on this kind of, in this kind of
That's fair.
neighborhood, in this kind of alley, there were no six-story buildings in Tampa Heights.
It's fair.
And I'm trying to respect that and retain character of that kind of a neighborhood. So, we're not,
I didn't say I wouldn't
Right.
agree with it. I just, I was comfortable with the higher stories along the commercial corridor
okay.
sides. But keep going. You're,
So the question is what is the setback?
On the
recommendation-
residential side,
Well, on both, so they'll be different.
yeah.
So along Florida or Columbus, is it a dimensional setback?
I like the deeper pedestrian way. I just like to see, you know,
No, I'm talking about after 3 stories.
oh,
I think that gets, I think it gets fussy. I think we should go.
Just leave it with setback.
I think we can say just a 3-story at the street front and leave ourselves 25% in our setback variations.
For,
For discussion during final design approval. I just hate seeing the board get boxed into a corner, having approved a box volume and only having 10% of variation of what we can do when it comes back for design, for actual approval. And I think we make those adjustments to the volume now, and that's,
That's fine, it's a recommendation.
Yep.
Residential, on the residential side, it's more important to me than the commercial side. I agree with the 3 stories.
agreed with you.
What
I like the tree.
Well, but back to the residential side, is what I don't wanna see is a 2-foot setback and then it go up multiple stories. So I do think there has to be some criteria of the recommendation. And
I don't see why we can't enforce the 1 foot over 35, 1-to-1 over 35 feet, as the current zoning would require.
on all 4 sides or
No,
just the
only on the
residential
east side. I think there's a reason that exists. And I think that can be enforced even as part of the PD.
that basically means you're setting back 12 feet per story as you go up. Okay. Okay. So circling back to commercial, if you say it's 3 stories, what's the criteria for setback from that? I don't think it needs to be one door on the
No,
commercial.
I don't think so either. I mean, if we want to give it a number,
I just want to give something that the city council
minimum
would
of 10
react
feet,
to.
minimum of 10 feet,
Okay. Okay.
to create an actual volumetric change that can be discernible.
Okay.
And not just, you know, a foot jog kind of thing.
That's something somebody can react to, so I could agree with that.
So that would apply for vertical, just for argument's sake, if they were to reconfigure the building, take the parking out of the center and apply it in the back as surface parking.
You would never, it would never
You
work.
could never get it
Yeah,
to
you
work.
would never work.
You need 400 cars.
Yeah.
Well, not all of it, perhaps we do part of it.
No, the garage.
That's
is
why I'm not an
sufficient way.
architect, or an engineer.
Right.
Yeah, we're not.
Against the residential, we wouldn't want the cars to be parking against the residential.
It's a
Yeah.
difference of evils, I guess.
And speaking of that, the alley, while it's interesting, I think it doesn't do what we want it to do.
As soon as
I'd
I-
rather have green space and.
As soon as it came out of my mouth, I'm like, okay, that's when all the service entrances are gonna be, and that's gonna be
Right.
horrible against the residential.
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I was writing 4-story cornice on commercial corridor with what setback?
10-foot minimum.
10 feet,
10-foot minimum per story?
No,
just 10 feet. One time.
and it was 3 stories, or 4. We went 3 to 4.
I believe Commissioner Post preferred 4. It's a discussion. I like 3. It's nothing new or 4.
I like 3 from a historic scale. There aren't many 4-story buildings even in Ybor. They're mainly 3 stories with a porch and a setback above 2 stories, but,
So
all right,
that helps you.
okay?
Okay, so I think we've discussed it.
Let's hear back.
All right.
Okay,
And is this motion going to
No,
include?
she's just reading back the conditions.
I know,
we
but is
just
this
talked
going to include just this, or is it also going to include the alley vacate?
about. No, it's just this.
They're done separately,
Just
okay?
this.
okay. So we want to include staff's recommendations for massing and building form, those that are found on pages 5 and 6. We want to pass those along to the city council.
Yes.
See what the council, if they're doing their reading. So, I'm going to move to recommend to recommend city council approve ARC 24-00000248.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. For the properties located at, and do I need to do the whole list?
Yeah.
2301 North Florida Avenue, 2303 North Florida Avenue, 2307 North Florida Avenue, 2315 North Florida Avenue, 204 East Amelia Avenue, 206 East Amelia Avenue, 205 East Columbus Drive, 207 East Columbus Drive, and 209 East Columbus Drive. For the proposed zoning change, do I have to state what the change is?
I would.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
From CI RM 24 to PD with the following conditions. That the staff report be included as conditions to this approval, as are reflected in massing and building form, setback, orientation and site coverage, alignment, rhythm, and spacing, entrances and porch projections. That General Note 3 should be amended to read that setbacks and heights shown on the site plan and elevations may be adjusted up to 25% of each building elevation during the Certificate of Appropriateness review process by the ARC. And also that the applicant shall note that the treatment of granite curbs shall be as is requested throughout the city, that granite curbs will be restored at abandoned driveways, and granite curbs will be sunk in place to flush with new driveways.
Let me interrupt for a second. Adjust it up to 10% for up to 25% of each building elevation, not up to 25%.
Wait a
No,
minute,
it's
why
up
is
to
it-
25.
It's up to 25%.
I'm just reading the note.
Yeah.
No, we're adjusting it.
We're changing it.
Because it was original, they said 20, they said 10,
Okay, okay,
and staff said 25, and we want to go with staff.
okay.
Now I'm going to get back to my recommendation.
Any recommendation for approval shall be contingent upon the
Ah.
approval of the alley vacating, VAC 000009, and the comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 24-02 by city council.
Okay. For which we need to provide. Okay, any recommendation for approval shall be contingent upon approval of the alley vacating, VAC-24-00000009, and comprehensive plan amendment, TA CPA 24-02 by the City Council. In addition, we recommend that the scale of the building where it abuts single-family residential shall be reduced to 3 stories, above which setbacks shall be 10 feet per story.
No,
12?
against the residential,
Yeah,
1 foot per
One-
1 foot of height.
okay, above which setbacks shall be 1 foot per 1 foot of additional height above 35 feet. That the grand tree on site that is scheduled to be removed shall instead be moved to a more appropriate location.
Preserved.
Okay. The grand tree shall be preserved on site. And that a 4-story continuous cornice on commercial corridors with a 10-foot setback above that level shall be maintained, on commercial corridors. I think that's got it.
Yes, 6-foot masonry wall.
And that a 6-foot masonry wall be built on the east property line.
All right, so that's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a second motion, and there was a lot of back and forth on that. So I'm going to ask the applicant if they understand those conditions.
We understand the conditions, but I do want to be clear that this is an advisory vote, so unlike the approvals, there's no sort of applicant preference, consent being relevant. We do understand the words you all used.
Yep,
Yes.
this is a recommendation.
Understood,
That's right.
yes.
Okay. All right. Any discussion?
Can I just clarify on the, I think what we wanted to say was a maximum of 3 stories on the eastern quarter. I would have designated as 3.
Well, he
You're talking
doesn't,
about-
I think he actually said 4.
No, on the.
On the east side.
On the east side.
Against
He
the
said-
residential.
He said that it would be 3. I think you, just to clarify, maximum of 3. You don't want it to exceed 3.
My motion included setbacks above that 35-foot.
Okay.
And on a
So whether it be 3
So
stories.
3, and it can go more, so it is not a max of 3.
Right.
It can go up with
It
the
has to be
setbacks.
With the
Got it.
setbacks, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion?
Nope.
All right, all in favor of this motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The recommendation, the motion for the recommendation passes.
I did.
Yeah. All right, so now we have to circle back to item number 3. So do we just need to we don't need to start over from the beginning of that, do we?
Dana Collier from the City Attorney's Office. You have heard the presentation, you've had the discussion, you've heard the public comment.
Okay.
It is now appropriate, unless the applicant wishes to add anything on the vacate, that you go ahead and make your motion.
Happy to answer questions or do the presentation again, but if y'all are ready to go,
No.
we have nothing
No.
further to add.
That's not necessary.
We don't need the presentation again. Okay, so commissioners, so the public hearing portion of that is closed. So discuss it, this is for the vacation of the alleyway. Is there any discussion? And again, this is a recommendation.
And may I remind you that a condition of your approval of this would be that the mayor must consent to the,
Thank you
The
for that
item.
clarification. So I don't hear any discussion, so is there a motion to be made? Don't all jump at once. Okay.
I'm looking for my,
Your form?
yeah. Okay. Move to recommend the city council approve ARC 24-0000241 for the properties located, and I only have one address, is that correct? Okay. The property located at 2315 North Florida Avenue for vacation of the neighboring alleyway? For vacating the alleyway with the following conditions: that this vacation shall be approved by the mayor with for the additional aspects of the transaction.
The applicant, the applicant must receive mayoral consent to vacate the city property that falls within the remainder of that block.
Okay. So with the condition that the mayor approves the vacation for the remainder of the block.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So we have a second. Any discussion on this issue? All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, the motion passes. Moving on to number 4.
Commissioners, Elaine Lund, Historic Preservation Staff. This item, ARC 24-0000269/TACPA 24-02, again, for the same property located in the Tampa Heights Historic District. This is a request for a comprehensive plan amendment from CC 35 and R 35 to CMU 35 and UMU 60. We have a representative, Ms. Jennifer Malone, here from the Planning Commission to make a presentation to you to start off with this particular hearing.
Jennifer Malone. I'm with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan amendments, when they go through the process, it's, staff makes a recommendation, the Planning Commission takes a vote, Tampa City Council ultimately has the final approval or denial, and if it's in a historic district, a step is added, whereas this board would vote on a recommendation before it's transmitted to City Council. So we end up with one more recommendation if it's in the historic district. So that's why I am here tonight. I'm gonna be brief because I think you all have a really good idea of the subject site at this point in the night, but it's from Community Commercial 35 and R 35 to Urban Mixed Use 60 and Community Mixed Use 35. What this is doing is it would essentially, let me just flip to the land use map, the future land use map, give, I think Tyler Hudson put it earlier tonight, more Play-Doh for the applicant, more density and intensity to build that rezoning that you saw earlier tonight. So as it currently sits, there's not enough on the site to build what they need. So we have some residential 35 here and community commercial 35 in the red. I also want to point out that those single family homes do have either residential 35 or community commercial 35 future land use category directly to the east, because the whole block is medium density. The applicant is asking for a urban mixed use 60 along the corridor and then a community mixed use 35 along East Amelia. So in the land use proposal, they were putting the higher density along the two arterials and then the lower density along Amelia. This would greatly increase the amount that they could ask for square footage from about 131,000 square feet to about 243,000 square feet at the end of the day. So Planning Commission staff and the Planning Commission both found this consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is really an area of the city where we want to see growth, we want to encourage growth. It's identified as an urban village, and so that's kind of where the plan focuses growth. Or seeks to focus growth. So I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, good evening, Commissioners. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here with our fifth and final application of the evening. usual. Jennifer did a great job walking through the various reds and purples and browns in the area. I'll talk more about sort of the incremental nature of the increase in a second. I would note that UMU 60, which is what we're seeking to change to, that's along Florida and Columbus, is sort of mirrors exactly a change that the City Council and Planning Commission approved on the other side of the southwest corner of Tampa and Columbus. It sort of mirrors that. That is outside the historic district, mind you. I just want to be very clear about that, and I'll repeat that for emphasis. That comparison is outside the historic district, but we are talking about proximity, compatibility, precedent. I think that bears some mentioning here. The first increase, which you can see, look at the key sheet in the top right, that turquoise area, that's what I'm talking about right now. So we're talking about going from R35 to CMU 35. That is an increase just because both end and 35 doesn't mean it is not an increase, and here's why. The FAR is different, still has 30 units an acre by right, 35 units per acre with the bonus density upgrade. But the current R35 category is really geared more toward pure multifamily use, and you can see that with the 0.6 FAR compared to the 1.0 or up to 2.0 FAR we can get. CMU 35 is very similar to CC 35. It's a very, very common land use designation in the more urban parts of the city. And so that's what we're seeking on this lower right part. The reason we didn't seek to take this up to the higher UMU 60 category is because it fronts a local street. And that's a precedent that on multiple projects in historic districts, we've been really sensitive to adhere to where possible. The other portion of this, the top left, kind of the backward 7, this is proposed to go from CC 35 to UMU 60. On the ladder of purples and reds and browns, this is sort of an incremental step up the ladder. UMU 60 is the next category, next densification up from CC 35. You can see here that there is a significant increase, which we believe is appropriate in both FAR and units per acre. So this was alluded to in one of the previous 4 applications that I confess I can't recall which. This has long been seen as the center of the Tampa Heights neighborhood. This is where the census tracts that comprise the neighborhood all meet. This is where in 2002, the Tampa Heights Civic Association adopted a neighborhood plan. And I'll say this for emphasis, this is not a governing legal document, but this is the best sense we have of what the neighborhood would like from the voice and mouth of the neighbors. That back in 2002, they adopted a plan and designated this area. It sort of makes an H. It's Columbus between Tampa and Florida. That H area is really seen as they called it the town center, activity center. And for those familiar with Tampa Heights, that makes sense. That does feel really where there is the potential for greater vibrancy, certainly the potential for greater density right there. Of course, we're very familiar with the situation. The situational position of this property, this is at that H. Our land is at the southeast corner of Florida in Columbus. From a transportation perspective, I mean, Florida and Columbus are both arterial roadways. That's the most high volume classification in the city of Tampa. Florida in particular, being a one-way, has very significant northbound traffic. It is one of only 2 intersections that has 2 arterials in the district, and I believe the other one is really just a little portion of the Tampa and Columbus, of Tampa Street, way farther south. I mean, this is the core high-density arterial intersection in Tampa Heights, period. The comprehensive plan has a lot of words. It has a lot of provisions. It talks a lot about transit emphasis corridors. Both of these streets are. It talks about mixed-use corridors. Believe Florida is, Columbus might be as well. And one thing that's important to note, it also talks about historic preservation. There's entire pages of the comprehensive plan, which, mind you, from a legal perspective, is the core governing document that determines the regulation of the built environment. It's the comprehensive plan. And there are multiple provisions that address the preservation of the integrity of historic districts and how critical they are to the urban fabric of the city of Tampa. And I think it bears repeating that not only did Planning Commission staff find this consistent unanimously, the Planning Commission did as well. And while the historic nature of the property was not at the center of the discussion, it was something that was alluded to in the staff report and I think bared on the Commission's analysis. But the focus of this is on transportation and how this is exactly where density should go. I mentioned that this zip code, the population increased by 232% in the decade from 2013 to 2023. This is in that zip code. Housing is very expensive here because it's scarce. We are seeking this density increase to deliver the housing that's sorely needed in the city of Tampa, but particularly in this Tampa Heights Historic District. The comprehensive plan talks a lot about urban villages, which, it's kind of a funny term, right? We're sort of going back to how things were in terms of you have live and work and play. That was how the built environment worked for a very, very long time until cars, saved us from, it's a joke, from having that live, work, play. That's what we're trying to go back to. That mixed use nature, that's exactly what we are trying to go back to. But we need the density to do that. This site hasn't sat barren due to a lack of interest in developing in Tampa. All of you, given your professional backgrounds, know that there's a lot of interest in Tampa. There's a lot of interest in Tampa Heights. The reason this site has sat barren as it is not because of the Grand Cathedral parking lease. It is because there is not enough density to have a remotely financeable project. You're not breaking any huge precedent in recommending approval here, in that there are portions of the historic district, albeit not a significant portion, but towards the southern portion of the district, where there is an overlap of land that is both inside the CBD periphery and in the historic district. You have really significant height there. So you have 166 units an acre. That's because you have R83, that's the Bayshore condo zoning category. That's what Hyde Park House is, as an example. And in the CBD periphery, you can double that. So that's the area in brown. The area in red, you can go up to a 4.0 FAR. I would note that some of that land has already been approved via the PD or the certificate of appropriateness process. But to preempt what would be a reasonable question, if we approve this, is this going to create some entirely new precedent about what you can build in the historic district? And the answer is no. And to build on that precedent, we've talked a little bit about other historic districts, because the Tampa Heights Historic District is simply not characterized by the density that every other regulation in the city of Tampa wants to put in it. So another fair comp to look at is Ybor City. And I would note that Ybor City, between I think it's 6th and up to 9th Palm Ave area, is UMU 60. So UMU 60 is definitely a very present, pervasive future land use category in the Ybor City Historic District. Not a lot of it in Hyde Park. UMU 60 is very common along Kennedy, Gandy, other high intensity arterial roads, and that's what we're trying to bring to bear right here at this arterial intersection. I've said it before. I mean, this is the current existing condition. No one lives there. No one transacts there. No one calls this home. You're at the intersection of two arterial roads in the downtown zip code. The reason it is like that is because the regulations imposed on this piece of land being very, very regulated, as the Florida Building Code experts on the dais know, it is because there's not enough development rights on this land. And that's why we are filing this application, to make available the development rights that, through the zoning process, which we've discussed probably sufficient length for tonight, that zoning process can shape what the development rights look like. How tall is it? How wide is it? What do you do there? Are there arcades? How much parking is there? We can have all those discussions, and there will be time for that at council, and if and when this project comes back to you. But nothing will start, nothing will ever break ground. I believe there is no reasonable probability of any project proceeding here without this land use change. There's simply not enough development rights to finance a project in this difficult climate, nor was there in the far easier low interest rate environment that preceded the period that we're in right now. And I think we're very familiar with the safeguard idea. Really, this was meant to be up here when the PD didn't go first, but I think we've probably talked about this at length, that this is going to come back to you for a certificate of appropriateness. If this goes forward, you've attached some recommendations for City Council's consideration on the PD. And again, what's in the blue boxes are just some comments that staff made about, it has the potential to be out of character if you approve this. And just some, I think, more caveats. I don't think staff necessarily had an enormous problem with what we're proposing here. Just, again, those details are going to get sorted out in the zoning process if and when that goes forward. But there's no going forward unless we have at least the resources, the development rights, to try to put something that's financeable. This is absolutely necessary to do that. We would not be asking for it if we didn't need it. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you very much. We have a staff report.
Commissioners, staff finds that this application is inconsistent with inconsistent based on it having the potential to allow development that's out of character with the elements that have been previously discussed this evening of how development is guided by the Tampa Heights Historic District Design Guidelines. And I have no other comments to make, so I'm available for if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak for or against this? Please approach.
Lee Wilson, Versace, 720 South Orleans Avenue. Do I have to? Okay, so if we approve this, then higher density means more stories, more height. And while the city wants that and wants development, it still doesn't jive with the historic district. And I would love to see where it does, but I don't think that this corner, Florida and Columbus, really needs a 6-story building right there. Why does it need it? Why not a 3-story, 4-story? I mean, Ybor doesn't have major, I just don't want to open the door for that. And I'm seeing that there's a lot of opportunity for something like that to happen with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Versace, 720 South Orleans Avenue. I can appreciate the developers need to get density and get the square feet of leasable space to make the numbers work. And I would just ask council members to be sensitive to the historic district. That cell tower, I called them, and it's 180 feet tall, so it's a big, tall tower. And so if there's a way to configure the massing more toward height over on that side, the north side of the east side, the northern half of the east side, away from the single-family houses, I think that it would make it more feasible from a size standpoint. Even though it still is in a historic district, it would respect the residential components around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public? Not seeing any? Dennis?
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture and Historic Preservation Manager. One thing in the staff report I wanted to feature, because we came out of sync of how we were looking at these, this agenda, is the last line on the staff report, which was intended, this was intended to be looked at prior to the PD. It says, any provision noted on the associated proposed PD rezoning site plan that enables the development of a new project that is compatible with the character of the Tampa Heights Historic District may be considered as an effort to address the administrator's concern and be appropriately incorporated into the ARC's recommendation. So that's kind of based on your prior discussion with the notes that you placed on the PD rezoning recommendation, because this is sort of a layering effect with your comp plan and your rezonings kind of sitting on top of that, shaping what the entitlements are.
Right. Understood. All right, thank you very much. So this is the question period. I'll start with Commissioner Post.
Thank you. A couple questions, probably for Tyler, Mr. Hudson. Can you refresh, where else was UMU 60 in the Tampa Heights? Did you say it's in there or it is not?
This would be the first instance I'm aware of UMU 60. You have R83 and some CC35 in the periphery, so that functions as even higher density, but I think this would be the first instance of UMU 60. It's not a not the most common of categories. So I have an interest here because I'm representing my client, who's the applicant. But I say that is true, and I think Jennifer would perhaps agree with that UMB 60 is not an off-use category. So I don't think it's entirely reasonable to deduce that because there's a lack of UMB 60 in the historic district, it's because it's inappropriate. I can't think of a circumstance where we've asked for it at City Council.
Okay, thanks. And can you just reiterate the implications of the split of the two different future land use designations on the site, and how that might comport with some of the concerns we've had? And in fact, the resident who even noted even the distinction of the northern eastern portion from the southern eastern portion, which is how your land uses are aligned.
Yeah, that's right. Let's start there with the principle that if we have this PDA it has different land uses now, and what we're seeking is different land uses. Because this is in an urban village, you pour your cup of density and your half cup of density all into one larger beaker, and you can kind of swish it up and move it around. So I want to be really clear about that, I don't think it would have a very good chance of approval here at City Council, but we could push it all towards the single family homes. We're not doing that. But I want to be clear about as far as like safeguards and precedent, because I think that's maybe what you're going at. But from a precedent perspective, yeah, I mean, we are essentially keeping the red. If you look at the left, you get the red and the brown. And then we were going to the lighter purple and the pink. The brown and that pinkish color have the same density. It has the same 30 units per acre, 35 units per acre with bonus that's already there. It does have more FAR, which is necessary to have the mixed use that we understand is desired. So we believe this is a very appropriate land use category. We are not trying to over-densify the land that only fronts Amelia. And again, that's out of an attempt to honor some precedent that's sort of evolved, I'd say, in the last 3.5, 4 years. They are different categories, but it is an upgrade as to the land that fronts arterial roads, which we believe is appropriate. And as to FAR, it is an upgrade for the land that fronts Amelia. It is not an upgrade as to the dwelling units per acre. But candidly, and this board understands, most developers are developing based on FAR given the mixed use component and the yield. So,
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Meyer?
No questions?
Commissioner Prokop?
Just real quick on based on your last couple of statements, I mean, going to the mixed use portion of this, we've already established that the actual mixed use, the commercial aspect or the retail aspect is a very, very small portion of the proposed PD. Is there a minimum percentage of commercial use that's necessary in order to become a mixed use?
I'm not aware of any quantitative standard, but I refer to Jennifer.
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. There's not. I think the best way to think of this category is not mixed use, but yet it allows a mix of uses. And so to be in this future land use category, you're not required to do mixed use development. Thank you.
Thank you. That clears it up.
Very well said.
No other questions?
I understand on a high level on all of this. My question is there a category less intensive than this that allows you to do what you want to do?
No.
Okay.
No. No.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the spacing of the ladder rungs that were given under the current comprehensive plan.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Any more questions? All right. Go ahead.
We have a staff member out here who is a specialist in zoning, I think. And so Mr. Hudson has been asked the question, is there a lesser zoning that we could, but this is comp plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for coming forward. Is there a lesser comp plan zoning that could accomplish this?
Jennifer Malone, Planning Commission staff. I think Tyler correctly said that The community commercial 35, which is the red color, the next future land use category up is urban mixed use 60. Residential 83, that's the highest residential category. And so then we would be moving into a mixed use category. So logically, the next one up would be the community mixed use 35. So they did pick the next highest category for their application.
From each of from the existing
Yes.
zoning classifications. Okay, thank you
Future
very much.
land use classifications.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, no questions, applicant. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal. if you'd
I think
so
it's all been
choose.
said. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so we will close the public portion of this and start discussions. Commissioner Prokop?
I'll listen for a second.
Okay. Anyone?
We are, these edge conditions and where we are being asked to sort of cut the baby in half here. I don't know quite how, if I'm getting that biblical reference straight, but it is not comfortable for us to look at the general needs of the city beyond the historic districts. And these edge conditions are very, very difficult. I think it is a compelling argument that this is the right place for intense development in this, in the Tampa Heights area. And it is true that the Tampa Heights district is primarily bungalows. And so we are caught between these two characteristics. And we are making a recommendation to council. And we have tried to be very explicit about that recommendation. And I know that that is troublesome for lots of people who want us to just rubber stamp stuff, but that's not our job. But I am feeling like I am comfortable with this request because I feel that our historic district is not as dense and certainly at this point has lost if we could get the 1926 photograph that we were showed of this Columbus and Florida intersection, that would be terrific. But 2 of those buildings are gone. One has been remodeled in a very unfortunate manner, and we just said that we could demolish the other 2 because they had very little of their character left. So again, I'm going to reluctantly support this request.
Commissioner Prokop?
I completely empathize with you, and it almost begs the question, can we move the historic district line to get it away from this intersection? Which, I mean, that's obvious. No, it's not, but it begs the question. Because this is, and as much as I've been arguing about keeping, the historic fabric and keeping those buildings and all, these kinds of nodes are the right places for densification. But I think we can be good advisors and torchbearers of trying to maintain scale and massing and that kind of thing, and to maintain quality of neighborhoods and characters and streetscapes. Streetscapes are all about the widths of pavement, widths of sidewalks, you know.
But keep in mind, this is a two-part. The zoning goes with the land use.
Oh, I know.
So there are barriers of all this.
We're all talking, we're just talking here amongst ourselves. But, you know, this is, these are difficult conditions. They really, really are. You know, for the Historic Review Board to have to be another layer of approval of things that don't necessarily sync with the historic district, but we know as professionals are the right things to do for the city of Tampa. That's all. I'm just speaking my piece.
I just want to echo that. We have a fundamental disconnect, I think, between the historic district and the contemporary needs of the city and the goals of our future land use map, and the overlays just don't align. So that's why we're struggling. So ultimately, I think it's probably, I mean, I'm going to support this. I think it's the right thing to do, despite the fact that this would never exist in the historic district before. So we are setting it's sort of a new history, essentially, which is the contravention of what this is about. But I think it's incumbent that we be very thoughtful, assuming this comes back, makes its way through, and that it comes back to us, that we be incredibly thoughtful and maybe telegraphing to the applicant about what the look and feel and design, you know, will be, that it will live here for the next 50 years or so. So, thank you.
Yeah, understood. Is there a motion to be made?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I will move to grant a certificate of no, this is a recommendation. Move to recommend the city council to approve ARC 2400000269 for the property located at 2315 North Florida Avenue, 2301 and 2305 and 2307 North Florida Avenue, 204 and 206 East Amelia Avenue, and 205, 207, and 209 East Columbus Drive, for the proposed comprehensive plan amendment from CC 35 and R 35 to CMU 35 and UMU 60, period.
Well, for the reasons.
What did I miss? For the reasons that it, bear with me, that the Planning Commission and Planning Commission staff found consistent, and that the city staff will assume that the proposed rezoning associated with this would enable the development of a project that could be compatible with the character of the Tampa Heights Historic District.
Okay, there's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, there's a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much. And then we need to make a motion to receive and file submitted documents and exhibits.
Move to receive and file submitted documents and exhibits from
Do I have a
this.
second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes and the hearing is adjourned. Thank you, guys. Wow.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. And the only other thing I'd ask, I'm incredibly concerned that in 2 months' time, the neighborhood